Welcome everybody. If you can take your seats, that would be great. We're about to start a live streaming to 13 countries across Latin America. Welcome to the plenary session of Diversity and Inclusion in the Latin America Legal Profession. For those of you in New York, I trust you enjoyed catching up with some new people at lunch. For the lawyers joining us from across Latin America through our live streaming, a very warm welcome to you. I'm Judy Hargrave, one of Philip Morris International's 300 legal professionals who operate across 180 countries worldwide. My focus is Latin America. Of these 300 legal professionals, 52% are females, and 40% of our senior positions, senior counsel to general counsel, are females. Philip Morris International is transforming as a company. However, it's not only about our products becoming smoke-free, it's also about how we engage and operate, both internally and externally. To continue to be a highly successful multinational, we must learn to be open to different perspectives, to learn new ways of working, and to challenge the status quo. Diversity and inclusion is an important element of this transformation journey. We need to create a culture that values different opinions and offers opportunities to all to contribute. At the same time, we need to recognise and address our blind spots and barriers that prevent full participation and missed opportunities. We also want to work with like-minded suppliers and service providers, including the law firms with whom we work, who also value and embrace diversity and inclusion. In fact, we simply want our lawyers to be as diverse as our customers and consumers. Today, Philip Morris International, together with Mondelez International, Walmart, GE, and Honeywell International, who you'll hear from in our first panel, the Vance Center's Women in the Profession program, the New York City Bar Association, the Institute for Inclusion in the Legal Profession, and our four sponsors, Shook Bacon, Hunton & Williams, Kirkland & Ellis, and Baker & McKenzie, who you'll hear from in our second panel, and Latin Lawyer and the Latin American Corporate Counsel Association, who are covering the event, are all delighted that you have joined us to hear about and exchange views on how we can foster our efforts in diversity and inclusion, which we believe will create working environments where all of our employees have the opportunity to contribute at their best, and at the same time build forward-looking, highly successful and sustainable businesses. Why join together? As Wangari Maathai of the Greenbelt movement said, one person can make a difference, but when many join together with a common goal, there is hardly any limit on what a group can accomplish. So I'm very proud to be involved in this event where lawyers from different countries and different sectors, business, not-for-profits and private practice, can come together to share learnings and experiences so that we can identify and implement effective practices to foster and embed diversity and inclusion. In fact, in this room, there are lawyers from 13 different countries across Latin America. So congratulations. To provide both the corporate and legal firm perspectives, we have put together panels to address what corporate clients consider when measuring, assessing, and evaluating diversity and inclusion efforts within law firms, how to leverage metrics to guide firms and companies towards inclusion and identify where bias may hinder diversity efforts, described by one of our law firms as an eye-opener. We also want to give you the opportunity to delve into various strategies to combat implicit bias and promote diversity and inclusion, such as sensitivity training, flexible work programs, inclusion and retention efforts, amongst others. When you registered, you would have received a sticker and a card. This sets out the breakout session that you'll be joining, and you'll be given further directions on this later. Your sticker is on your name tag as to the group number. Before the breakout session, we have the honour of hearing from Ambassador Mari Carmen Aponte, one of the few Latinas to serve as a United States ambassador when she was ambassador to El Salvador under President Barack Obama. We will learn how she overcame the barriers facing a female Latina lawyer to establish a distinguished career. To end the event, we'll have an awards ceremony and reception at which a number of Latin American law firms will be presented awards for their efforts to embrace and foster diversity and inclusion. And now some thanks. I want to thank the person who inspired this initiative, Philip Morris International's Louisa Menezes. An enormous thank you to you. I also have an enormous thank you to my awesome, hardworking co-conveners, Adriana Ospina and Sandra Yamate. Adriana, your agility and care over every detail and working with all the panels was phenomenal. Thank you. Again, thank you to our four sponsors, Shook Hardy & Bacon, Hunton & Williams, Kirkland & Ellis, and Baker & McKenzie for demonstrating their wholehearted support to this initiative. As I've said before, we could not be here without you. And a special thanks to Alex Boshkova-Bordage from Shook Hardy & Bacon for her amazing event designs, which you see displayed around the venue, and her tireless efforts to produce them. And to Amy Nielsen and Nick White from Hunton & Williams for their tireless efforts to promote the event and seamlessly handle all of the registrations. So from me, I hope that you'll find the program enriching, and now I invite Sandra Yamate to make her remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. I have the privilege of serving as the Chief Executive Officer of a group called the Institute for Inclusion in the Legal Profession. We're a charitable organization, and although we're based in Chicago, our work takes us not only around the U.S., but around the world. And we're really excited to have a chance to be part of this inaugural effort to bring the profession together to talk about diversity and inclusion issues in the legal profession in Latin America. I bring you greetings from our board and our chair, Mark Firestone, and we have two of our board members here, Rick Mead from Prudential Financial and Madeline McDonough from Shook Hardy & Bacon, as well as several of our advisory board members, Barrick Eccles from Kirkland & Ellis, Louisa Menezes from PMI, and Gabrielle Brown from the New York City Bar. Ours is a labor of love. We look at diversity and inclusion in the profession, not just in terms of a particular practice setting or a particular type of diversity, but in a thoroughly comprehensive fashion. This conference is one example of what that's like, where we're bringing together a very diverse group to talk about our common passions to see a more diverse and inclusive profession, where anyone with the talent and the aptitude and the drive and the passion can enter this profession and then rise within it as high as those abilities will take it. So we're delighted to be a part of this, and I hope you enjoy the conference. Let me turn the podium over now to Adriana Ospina from the Vance Center.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a big welcome to all of you here and to our colleagues in 13 Latin American countries who are accompanying this event via webcast. Una gran bienvenida a todos aquí y en especial a nuestros colegas que nos acompañan desde 13 países en América Latina por vía de webcast. Muchas gracias. Before telling you about the Vance Center and our Women in the Profession program, I'd like to give a special thanks. Many people here and behind the scenes, as you have heard my colleagues, have made this event possible. Our panelists who have had to work very hard to prepare, we've been very strict taskmasters, our moderators, our volunteers. But I want to give special recognition to Judy Hargrave. And let me tell you, she didn't know I was going to talk about her, and I didn't know she was going to talk about me. But it has been a lot of hard work, but it's been very rewarding. And Judy, your leadership, drive, and admirable work ethic has made this a wonderful experience, so thank you. The Vance Center, of which I am its Director of Strategic Initiatives, is a non-for-profit program of the New York City Bar Association. We are a unique collaboration of lawyers here and abroad, together with other partners worldwide who seek to pioneer international justice initiatives and provide pro bono legal representation to social justice NGOs. One of the programs I direct is Women in the Profession program, or WIP as we call it. As you know, and we'll discuss in detail today, opportunities and conditions for Latin American women in the legal profession remain limited by historical and structural bias. This is especially evident with regards to positions of leadership. Changing mindsets and practices is essential for women to enjoy equal access. One of the goals of the Vance Center's Women in the Profession program is to promote this change and further the advancement of women lawyers. Our program, which consists of a network of 19 chapters in 18 countries in Latin America, is managed by an international steering committee of 48 leading practitioners from these 18 countries, and we count with the amazing support of several senior women partners from the firms in the Vance Center Committee. In fact, we had a meeting this morning with the International Steering Committee, and we had over 30 people attending that meeting, and many of them are still here today with you. So thank you. It's an amazing, amazing program. Now we'd like to invite Madeline McDonough, chair and partner at Shuck Hardy and Bacon, to come to the stage together with the members of their panel. Para nuestros acompañantes por webcast, no se les olvide que cualquier pregunta o comentario nos los pueden enviar por medio de nuestra cuenta de Twitter, @VanceCenter. Gracias.
All right. Thank you all very much. It's really an honor and a privilege to be here with this group, and thank you very much to Judy, Sandra, and Adriana for all of your amazing efforts, and to Luisa, the inspiration for all of us here today. I thought I would just very briefly introduce you to the panel by name and title, and then we'll get into some of the specific things that each of these people is doing at their companies in diversity and inclusion, and they are all leaders in those efforts. First, to my far left, your far right, is the one and only Luisa Menezes. And Luisa is the Vice President and Associate General Counsel of Regulatory Policy and Strategy for Philip Morris International. And you get the second farthest award for coming today of the panel from Lausanne, Switzerland. And then to my near left and your near right, Jonas Brusas, the Vice President and Chief Counsel, Latin America, Mondelez International. And Jonas originally comes from Lithuania, but most recently Chicago, so not quite as far today. And then to my immediate right is the winner of the farthest distance award today, Carmen Roman, Walmart Stores Chile. You come to us from Chile. And then next to you is Felipe Paez, the co-chair of GE's Legal Diversity and Inclusion Committee, originally from Colombia, but most recently upstate New York. Welcome, Felipe. And then to my far right, your far left, Valeria Chapa Garza, the Vice President and General Counsel, Latin America for Honeywell. And I thought what we might do is just take 1 to 2 minutes each, and if each of you could just briefly explain your role in diversity at your company, what drove you to that position, why you think it's important for you and for your company. We'll start with you, Luisa.
Thank you, Madeline. Well, my role in the company, that's a very big question. But let me start by saying that I was asked to look into the situation of diversity and inclusion in our company a few years ago, together with other colleagues. And then from there, a small movement and a very deep interest in the topic was born. Also, our general counsel is, very interested in the topic. He has done a lot of work in this area, and that has served as a big inspiration. So today in the company, we have a mentorship program, and I have around 11 mentees today. It goes every year. I get a new bunch of colleagues who are basically who would ask to benefit from the mentorship program, and we are committed to help others in the company, men and women, not only women, through this program. And I think that's my way of giving back to society, to the company, and to my colleagues in general.
That's excellent. And for those who just may not have made all of those connections, the General Counsel of Philip Morris International is Mark Firestone, who also started the Institute for Inclusion in the Legal Profession that Sandra is here from. Thank you, Luisa. Jonas, very briefly, your role at your company.
Hi, hello everyone. So as my title says, I am managing the legal matters and legal team in Latin America. I am really new to this role. I just started at the end of the last year, so I'm learning a lot about, the culture, the different ways of doing business, about legal systems. And to me personally, diversity and inclusion is something very important, and I'm a big believer in it. So this is another topic that I'm really exploring now in my new role, and which is on top of my agenda. And I'm really looking forward to our discussion here.
And once again, Mark Firestone used to be the general counsel at Kraft, which became Mondelez, and he had some hand in even naming the new company. So he's running through this room, even though he's not physically present today. Thank you, Jonas. Carmen, can you tell us a little bit?
Yes, thank you. I'm General Counsel in Chile, in Walmart Chile. I'm also the head of corporate affairs in Walmart Chile too. I think it's a very related position, and I'm glad to be there. I'm a co-chair in Walmart Stores Legal Diversity and Inclusion Council. I'm the chairman of the Legal and Diversity and Inclusion Council in Chile. And in other terms, I do other things related with this. I'm part of an important association in Chile, an enterprise association where I'm part of the board member, and I usually work in this kind of matter too for Chilean enterprises. And I am, since a lot of years, I'm mentorship of a lot of women, a lot of cycles of women in Chile, and I really love to discuss this matter because it's part of our culture in Walmart, and we really appreciate the time that you have to discuss this matter with us because of the importance that it has.
Thank you, Carmen. Felipe?
Thanks for having us, and good to see you all here. I'm Felipe Paez. I'm originally from Colombia, as it was mentioned, from Bogota. Although I've been here so long that I'm definitely a gringo, so make no mistake about that. Thanks for having G as part of this panel, and I'm here accompanied by Trish O'Prey, who's also part of the Diversity and Inclusion Council at our legal department, which we call the Global Law and Policy Division. And the way that I became involved with diversity, other than my personal background, is because we have this council, which has been dedicated now for over a decade, specifically to diversity and inclusion topics. And the way that it's structured is that we have co-leaders. I'm one of the co-chairs of the council, and then we have dedicated committees with members that are screened and specifically assigned by their GE division general counsel to the post. So it really is something that needs to be done, but it's really looked at as an honor within our ranks to be selected to be a member of the council at any level, but even more so to be a chairperson of one of the divisions of the council, which includes outside counsel, it includes retention and development, communications, and benchmarking. And now recently we've added an international committee to the council. So our focus really and the positioning within the company is part of Global Law and Policy's interest in this topic beyond the company's interest, because the company has, especially from a US-centric perspective, a lot of interest in diversity and inclusion, but I would say more and more we're trying to focus globally as opposed to the US-centric thinking about diversity and inclusion, and that really means looking broadly, and within Global Law and Policy that meant not only looking at our fellow attorneys, but looking at our colleagues who are compliance professionals that are not attorneys, that do a lot of incredible important things for us and with us, government relations personnel, and also our environmental health and safety, which is part of one big Global Law and Policy family of about 1,500 plus at General Electric. So that's the context for us.
Excellent, that's great. And Valeria, you come to corporate diversity and inclusion efforts from a very different type of background.
Yes. So I'm a law firm attorney turned general counsel. 7 years ago, after 10 years in an international firm, I joined Honeywell without knowing that some years later I would become a pain in the ass for law firms. And I'll explain why in a second, and I say that with con cariño. So when I joined Honeywell, it was the first time that the leader, in this case, our global general counsel, was a woman. In the law firm that I worked with, while we had some women, but, it was mostly like, Claudia Prado, I worked at Baker & McKenzie. Majority of males. So it was very interesting to me when I joined Honeywell, because for the first time I heard about this concept called stay-at-home dad. I was like, wow, what a nice company to work at, where, the chief counsel actually, is the main breadwinner and has her husband take care of the kids. That's kind of nice. And so being at Honeywell, further encouraged my commitment to diversity and inclusion. For me, it became an advantage to be triply diverse. As a Hispanic woman, member of the LGBT community, our general counsel invited me to form a part of this LCLD, Leadership Council on Legal Diversity, which is a very cool organization based here in the US, formed by general counsels and managing partners of important law firms and corporations. And I was a fellow in 2013, and I saw that model where general counsels and law firms are working together towards really changing the statistics and making lasting improvements that have an impact and that really make a change so that more diverse attorneys can reach these leadership roles. And so with the support of Honeywell and my general counsel, Kate Adams, now my boss, I founded, along with other general counsels and law firm partners in Mexico, an NGO called Abogadas MX, where we work towards having more women in leadership roles. And how we do that, it's through, awareness and training, but, also very important mentoring, and bringing men as part of the conversation, right? Because diversity and inclusion is not just gender specific, but in our Latin America countries, it is very gender specific. So we have to start with this gender thing, before getting into the other minorities. So anyway, as chair of Abogadas MX, and also within Honeywell, I'm part of the Law and Government Relations Diversity and Inclusion Council, where we work on different fronts. We'll talk about that a little more. Fully committed to the cause. I'm very happy to be here and share some insights with my colleagues.
Thank you so much. And you mentioned the triple intersectionality of minorities and diversity issues. And I thought, as we talked about some of your company's D&I initiatives, if you could talk about how you define a minority or define diversity within your company practices, that would be helpful too. And I thought we might start with Carmen, because I think you've got some really specific ideas for your outside counsel, including Latin American law firms, and it might be helpful to hear what those are.
Thank you, Madeleine. Well, for Walmart, Walmart is deeply committed with the diversity and inclusion. For Walmart, it's part of our culture. And what happened in Chile is very delayed in this kind of matter. So when Walmart goes to Chile and understand that something happened with this, it was very important for Walmart to try to promote these ideas, the diversity and inclusion, the flex time works, and others, because for Walmart it's important that any person have the same options to be in the legal services. How Madeleine is saying, anytime that Walmart contract a law firm, takes time to have a meeting with them and to explain why this is part of our main values. Yeah? There's not just words, this is as our principles. So we take the time to be with the different law firms that are participating in the legal services, and we explain that we have an outside council guidelines. This is the outside council guidelines, and this is part of our core. Why I am saying this? Because this is part of our core business. It's not just our value, it's not just our principle. We do this because we think that we can have better results if we live with this kind of value and this kind of position. We have a lot of information here regarding diversity, inclusion, sustainability programs, and what we want is all the community of our law firms be part of our programs. And in that sense, if you want to be part of the Walmart Legal Services, you need to commit with this. And every year, we are measuring that. There's not just words. We are measuring that because any year we are talking with them by person, we are sending some surveys, and every year we propose some law firm for an award, a special award, and the award is the commitment with this kind of ideas. And at the beginning, it was very, very, very difficult. Very difficult because Chile is not prepared for this kind of conversations. It's not prepared. But with the years, we think that they are advancing a lot. They are very thankful about this. Sometimes, if we think that we are a company in Chile with more than 50,000 of associations, we have more than 50 families that work related with us, and more than 1,000 of persons working indirectly with us. So we have the power to convince and the power to contagiar, I don't know how to say, to affect all the people with this kind of culture. Because this is culture, and this is the most important thing. It takes time, it takes a lot of conversations, it takes convincement. That is very, very important, because if the top of the law firm, because if the partner are not convinced with this, it's too difficult to advance in this kind of matter. And one example of our programs that we have is we defined 3 years ago with people from Walmart stores, Gretchen Bellamy. We defined a special program with law students in Chile. We selected a student from 2 universities for be part of a program, of Walmart program, with some kind of tools, with English, with mentoring, coaching, and with a network, very important network, be like a shadow program. And that was very, very important, because we selected a law student with some kind of characteristic, with social, economical difficulties, with gender and other things. And the good thing is, after 3 years, we have the best students working in our law firms, because the main law firms that work with us were the mentorship of them, the mentorship. So we think that they growing up with us, they were connected with us, with our work, and finally, at the end of the program, they are part of this community of our law firms. They work on the same law firms, and they had the opportunity to grow faster than if they are alone in this profession. So I think that I have a lot to share with you, but this kind of opportunities needs convincement, need commitment, and needs time, your time to advance in these matters.
Thank you. And kind of picking up on that, Luisa, I wonder if you could compare and contrast a little bit of what PMI does in Latin America, and also how you define diversity, where you are in your initiatives, and maybe where you're headed.
Okay, thank you. So we have a program going on with the law firms that work with us in Latin America and Canada who wanted to participate. So it's not a mandatory program. We have some mandatory basic requirements in our guidelines for outside counsel as well, but we decided to go a little further and try to move the needle and to really, by trial and error, try to find the right approach and the right balance with the firms that we work with throughout Latin America and Canada. So we gave a lot of thought to how even to start, how to approach the topic, because, as we just heard, it's a difficult topic, and due to cultural and traditional ways of living and being, the topic in Latin America especially was still, not very known, and we had to raise awareness. And also we had to raise awareness internally. And internally, we focus mainly on 3 aspects of diversity. We've been focusing on gender balance and achieving a decent gender balance in the company. We've been focusing on inclusion of multicultures, because we are a truly international company, and we felt the need to really, raise awareness to differences in between cultures and how best to take advantage of that and how to integrate everyone. And then the 3rd aspect is multi-generational aspects, because we reached a point where today in the company we have 4 different generations working in the company, and that creates a whole sort of other area that you have to look into. But when we went to thinking about how to approach the topic with law firms, especially in Latin America, we opted to cover first gender balance, and also a little bit of, the people with disabilities aspect, not only in the legal profession and how to accommodate lawyers with disabilities, but also clients. Would the law firms have offices that would enable people with disabilities to come forward and to be clients of the company, of the firms? So we focus on both, but the most effort so far has been on gender balance. We created this program, which is kind of based on somehow a competition between the firms. So we compare firms through surveys every year, and we see where they are. They are supposed to address both structural barriers inside the firm and invisible barriers, such as unconscious biases. So we put together several trainings for the firms. We started with the partners, of course. Again, if you don't convince the partners, you go nowhere. And it's, an iterative process. You make some steps, and then you build on those and you move forward. And we asked firms to focus on specific areas that we believed would move the needle within, time. in terms of structural barriers. So, for example, would they have policies in writing on diversity and policy, diversity and inclusion or not? Were they training lawyers? Would they have training sessions, open sessions inside the firm to generate, curiosity and interest in the matter? Did they participate in conferences? Were they sponsoring the topic in their own countries? How was their organization? How did they compensate their own lawyers? Did they take into account biases when they were going through recruiting, for example? Did they have any specific programs and measures and processes in place? And so on and so forth. And then we did a whole sorts of trainings in terms of building awareness to unconscious bias, and we went there and we kind of shared the trainings we have in-house. So we didn't, go further. We just said, okay, what materials do we have, and let's start a conversation. And I think that really helped the law firms to, grab we grabbed their attention, and they saw really the advantage of working on the topic, and also a lot of the associates, once they were brought into the room and were part of those discussions that we were having with them, they really totally embraced the topic, and somehow a little internal movement started in some of these firms, which was very nice to see.
So it sounds like you're working directly with the Latin American law firms to develop kind of a platform and a process for improving diversity and inclusion efforts. Has that reached a stage where there are carrots and sticks about this yet, or is it still at the evaluating and learning stage, or just wondering where you are in the process?
I think now it's more of a carrot. No, we're not at the stick phase as of yet. I think you have to be careful because, again, it takes time. I mean, you can't hope that all of a sudden your statistics change from one year to the other, right? So provided you see some progress, that you see commitment within the different topics that we cover in the program, I think that's already very good. Some of the firms started receiving awards from other organizations where before that was not existent. And so, I think that's already very good. Of course, you want to see that translated into real action. But for example, I know of firms that, went back and they looked at their compensation, for example, and they reviewed the pay to make sure that men and women in the firm were, being paid equally. Which, as you know, is a whole topic on its own, and it goes across businesses. It's not only, a law firm issue. It's, a company issue as well, in many senses. So when you see these things happening, firms sponsoring conferences like these, trying to push the topic within their own communities, their own societies, having mentorship programs, for example, and things like that, then you see, okay, they are getting it, and they do it because they believe in it and not because you're imposing on them to doing it. So I think that's the stick, maybe if we see that, there's a firm that really doesn't do anything about it, and maybe that's not the type of people you want to be associated with, but, that's it. But yeah, but I think we are in the honeymoon phase still on the topic.
Thanks. Let's go to Felipe. At GE and the group of companies that you work with at GE, what sorts of initiatives have you started? Where are you in the process? And do you see some obstacles, internal and external, that have been challenging?
Yes, absolutely. I would say that it begins with a recognition that no individual has an answer to this because no individual is looking at it from the same angle. So I would say as recently as maybe just a couple of years ago when we had discussions of this, even at the senior leadership levels, there was too much of a tendency to start the discussion about diversity and inclusion and have representatives from Latin America or other regions disconnect a little bit from the discussion because the discussion was, albeit maybe a little too often, looked at through that U.S. lens. So for us, we're going through the process over the last 2 years of trying to re-engineer the diversity and inclusion program so that it truly is inclusive, as I mentioned earlier, globally, which means, largely in Latin America, but also in other regions, to look at it in the way that is most relevant for the local jurisdiction. And to recognize that, that this is all about a kind of a nexus of, as Carmen was saying, business imperative with that higher level that the legal profession always holds itself at for a good reason, right? I mean, even looking at this building that's here, which is an amazing place, this professional obligation that I think we all feel to set and follow moral and social standards that really are trying to move society forward, right? But you can't define that from just one country's point of view. So yes, the balance is for us in the US to work with our colleagues in Latin America and in other regions along these lines without taking the foot off the pedal of what we do need to achieve in the United States. And we do it, as many other things in General Electric, and I think most of these companies, largely with the use of data, right? Because we really believe that that is a critical aspect, not the only one, to look at with regards to where we are and where we're moving towards. So I introduced Trish O'Prey earlier here today. She leads the part of our council that manages the interface with that data. And by the data, that means that our law firms, and some of you who might be here representing those law firms know about this, when you're booking entries that you've done work for General Electric through the billing system, you're asked to enter demographic information. And we encourage all of our firms to enter this so that they get credit for their diversity efforts and their diverse representation on our files. We're working on how to do that more globally. And it's definitely a journey. There was a comment made that you know, the numbers go up and down, and it's not always just about the numbers, but the numbers do enable a discussion, and they do enable the carrot type of discussions, but also, I wouldn't call it necessarily a stick, but a challenge. So there has to be a clear alignment with a shared mission. And to me, it all comes down to leadership. We're very lucky that we have in Alex Dimitrieff, our overall general counsel, really be a huge champion in this. You know, you need, I think, to have that internal credibility from your most senior leadership, to have not just somebody who will sponsor your efforts in diversity and inclusion in Latin America or anywhere, but to champion them. You know, our challenge at the D&I Council is that we have to try to keep up with Alex. It's not us asking him for help. And he has individual meetings with law firms. And Josie Jardim, who's in Brazil, watching this, I hope, she also has meetings with the law firms. And it really comes down to local leadership and what we're looking for through their eyes, what Alex is looking for, what Josie's looking for, what we're all looking for, whether or not we're related to the council, is we're looking for results, but we're looking for results in the right way. And that usually means looking at a law firm's programs, as was described earlier as well. Not just do you have a policy on this or do you have some thoughts on this, but what actions are you taking and how can we partner? So not just finger pointing, but how can we partner? How can we give you some ideas as to how you might think about this? We deal with a lot of law firms and we see a lot of models. So a great example that we're very proud of is earlier this year we had a summit, not that far from here in Crotonville. And we invited, out of our top 30 law firms by spend, the top 5 that we thought were most deserving with regards to how their programs stacked up with diversity and inclusion, not just their numbers with us, but their internal programs. And then we rewarded the top firm, which ended up being Reed Smith, congratulations to them, on their performance due to the strength of their programs. And so, again, not so much a finger-pointing exercise and too brutal of a data analysis, but to use that as a vehicle to have the type of conversations that can help us look at this topic and ask the tough questions. Like, for example, you know, and I'm sure this will be touched upon, you know, is this really a fair component of performance from the law firm's perspective looking into us? And we think, yeah, absolutely it is, because it all comes down to opportunity and development in the legal profession.
Do you still find, and this is open to everyone on the panel, but do you find sometimes internally or externally with law firms that they think diversity and inclusion is all well and good, but really deep down we need the best substantive lawyers and this diversity thing is just sort of extra or on top? I'm just wondering if you find that kind of pushback, or if you have, how you've dealt with that. That's open to anybody on the panel. Maybe a tricky question.
I do think that Latin America firms are not quite there yet. They think they are, particularly those that are part of international networks. My experience, I mean, because it is still very cultural and ingrained. You know, they have the programs and they say, I'll give you an example, flex time. They say, okay, I have flex time, and you know, they pride themselves with that. But in reality, what happens in practice is that women are set aside for the larger deals and hence not given the same opportunities as men to develop certain skills that you only get working in more complex deals, for example. And so I do find that there's a lot of lip service with firms in Latin America still, and I would say that, you know, out of experience of managing 27 firms in the region, and a lot of them are very committed, but again, like Felipe was saying, if there is no alignment from leadership in case of law firms with the managing partners and, you know, the law firm partners, which are still a majority of men, I don't know that change can really trickle down. You know, so firms need a strategy, not just a written plan, and they need to really put their money where their mouth is, and they're not doing that, in my experience, yet. Or at least not in a way that will really change the landscape of our legal profession in terms of having more women in leadership roles. So that's my 2 cents.
And at Honeywell, what are you doing specifically to try to attack that or really bring them along?
Well, because if you do things at a macro level, you can have all these great conversations and again, take a look at the statistics or numbers through surveys if you have the resources to do that. I mean, companies like Walmart and GE, I hear, you know, have people devoted to keeping track of that. We don't do that. We don't have something that are, you know, resources or people that are specifically devoted to keeping track of that. We do it more at the micro level. So what we do is, for example, we will have, in the US here, we have a secondment program for, you know, minority attorneys. What we do in Latin America is we ask firms, and this is something that I took up on 7 years ago when I came in, and I saw my roster of firms. Only in the case of Colombia, with my good friend here, Paula Samper, the rest of our relationship partners were male. And so I asked each firm to appoint a female that was not necessarily a partner, but an up-and-coming female associate. Proud to say that in one case, she is now a principal of that firm, and I think in large part through the development that she had in managing a client like Honeywell. And so that's what I mean when I say we do it at the micro level, so, you know, trying to mentor the attorneys that we work with, right? And so, you know, for instance, I see sometimes in firms that they don't give the female associates the opportunity to look at the statement, at the invoices. Yeah, you know, and that's a large, that has a lot to do with learning how to manage a relationship with a corporate client. And so if you really want a rounded law firm attorney, you know, you need them to also understand what it means to manage the relationship with corporate clients. So, you know, we encourage firms, firms and the partners to have the lawyers the main lawyers, which are mostly women working on our deals, to also get involved in managing, you know, our relationship, because it's a learning that they have to have also to be partners, we think. So that's some examples.
Very helpful. Jonas, what's been your experience at Mondelez, and how are some of your initiatives working and maybe still in process?
I think, first of all, I have to say that I'm really impressed with, you know, all the programs that I heard from my colleagues. It's really impressive. While, you know, we have really strong diversity and inclusion program within our company. In Latin America, we're just starting with this initiative, or about to start, so I'm still preparing myself and the team how we will approach outside counsel. So for me, it's really very valuable what I'm hearing from all of you here today. And to me personally, you know, when I thought about diversity and inclusion, to me it means, you know, just being a human. You know, it's humanity, it's human rights, it's equality, and also if you think from a business perspective, so I think it is also very, very well proven that diversity and inclusion brings innovation. It also brings different perspective and creativity. So, you know, if you just think about it, it's like, it should be like normal state of mind or being. But I must admit that we are not there yet. And therefore, of course, diversity and inclusion programs are important. It is important to talk about this. And I see those programs as a journey, which, you know, most probably doesn't have the end state goal, or maybe it has, but the goal would be the point when it would not be ever raised a question, or it would be a totally normal state of our the way of doing business and the way how we live. And I think to get there, our programs, they need transition at this point from just being, you know, about written policies and having senior executive appointed to oversight the program. I think this is something at this point where it has to be included and it has to become and associated with the strategic business goals of the company, and not only of the company, but also of the law firm. And it has to be much broader. I believe that all employees and everybody in the organization has really believed and has to live with this, so that it cannot be, you know, finger pointing what he is or she is responsible for that program, and, you know, my business is done here. And I think it is still a way to go there. And while at Mondelez we work a lot on empowering women at work, and I think that we're on a good path, but we still some way to go ahead. And in terms of working with the law firms, you know, what I would expect, or the way I'm thinking. So first of all, you know, I really would like to have an opportunity to work with minority lawyers, whether, you know, today we are talking about gender, and what I noticed through my first month in Latin America, gender is really important topic when working with outside counsel. I haven't met yet a women partner. And so for me, it's important.
There are a few right here
Yeah,
who would love
I know.
to talk with you.
Yes, so. And so to have this opportunity for me is important. And this is what, of course, we will be talking to our business partners, to our law firms with who we work. And also another measure, which I think is also important, is the pay. It's the rate. Because what I was also reading a lot, that, you know, there is still this disparity in compensation, which I believe is really demotivational and doesn't help. So to me, it would be those two factors working with the firms. It's the availability of lawyers, of senior partners, and compensation.
Excellent. Well, I know we need to leave time for questions for the people in Latin America who are joining us via YouTube, but I did ask each of the panelists in our preparation calls, and I should just say we had a couple, and they could have gone on for a week. Everybody had lots of good ideas, and it was really very fun to learn what each of you is doing. But I did ask them each to come up with one thing, if they could, for a takeaway or a challenge for the people here and the people on YouTube, whether it's in a corporation or a law firm, but something that you could actually take back with you and, you know, get some action or use as a challenge on diversity and inclusion. So who'd like to start on that? Carmen, you look like you
Yes.
have an exciting
Thank you.
smile.
Well, I'm really sure that, especially in my country, but also Latin America, the companies are growing, are advancing more than the law firms, and of course are advancing more than the governments in this area. So the company have the push, have the power to advance in this matter more than the main authorities in the country. So we are, our mission is very, very important. That's the first thing that I think is very important. And our profession is moving to other sides, that we have no limit to be not just lawyers. We need to be more executives and more open to be part of this mission. That is very important, because if we have this in mind, we can contact, we can be prepared to the next level in this matter. So, especially in Walmart and especially in the legal profession, we think that the metrics are very important, very, very important. And when I contract a law firm, I put some examples that I need to respect that law firm. For example, in terms of the overall law firm demographics, in terms of diversity policies, in terms of if they have some diversity and inclusion committee, whatever. But at the end, if we don't want to work with that law firm because they are not part of our culture and they not work as we want to work, we terminate the contract with them. That's it. And it's very, very, very difficult to say, but this is it. I prefer to work with the law firms that are convinced of this and that are part of our culture in this term. It's the only way to advance. It's the only way. And sometimes, of course, the partner of the main law firms, and in Chile, in my case, are very, very disagree with this policy, but it is what it is. So we need to be very clear. We need to be very direct. And that's it for me.
So you stand by your core business integrated value of diversity and inclusion. Felipe?
I would say that it's really important for a takeaway that I would share that we came to at the summit in January was to make sure that you're touching upon diversity in as aggressive as a way as is required to remedy a gap that you see. And there's no need to be apologetic about that as long as you're transparent. But at the same time, you can't forget the inclusion piece includes all of the white males who you might be making feel like it's the diverse side versus you. And that's obviously wrong, and it's not what we're after. So the proposition really has to be that there's value in cognitive diversity. In other words, your background, irrespective of your demographic diversity, where you might have grown up, the way that you think, the way, your other factors, along with your demographic diversity, and that together those bring a richness, and that there isn't a path for having a valid discussion about this without there being an us versus them mentality or any kind of perceived or implied threat. I think it's important to be able to have, whether at the firm or in your organization, frank discussions about this so that you can develop action items without people feeling like private agendas have inappropriately taken over their professions.
That's great. Valeria?
Well, two things. One has to do with the collaboration that needs to happen between general counsels and law firms to really effect an impactful change. I really liked PMI's program. I would like to talk to Luisa more about it, because I think that having these conversations and actually giving the opportunity to firms to change the way that they have been managing their talent, because at the end of the day, for law firms, it's a business proposition. Losing female talent, it's disruption with their client relationships and more training and, recruiting more people. So I think that figuring it out together, law firms and general counsels, is something that, I encourage you to do either formally through programs like PMI or informally in your conversations with these stakeholders. And the second thing that I would ask everybody is to mentor someone. It doesn't have to be something formal, it doesn't have to be a woman either, but since we are talking about D&I here, I would say, mentor someone that belongs to a minority, that doesn't necessarily work in your same organization. That's really impactful too. And the other thing is be mentored. Allow yourselves to be mentored. I think in these mentoring relationships, particularly when we're talking about different generations, we can get a lot from the younger lawyers in the way that we think about these things and about the D&I efforts, but about work in general. So I would say, you know, be open to mentor someone and to be mentored.
That's great. Jonas?
Well, I would say, and I would like that all of us could live actually diversity and inclusion, also not during nice conferences and when we talk about the programs, but every day when we make our everyday, even little decisions, let's have it on our minds.
Excellent. And before we go to the questions, we'll go to our spiritual leader, Luisa. Any challenges or takeaways?
I would say two things. First, be humble. I think I've learned a lot through this program with the law firms we've been working with. We have 40 plus law firms in the program. You can't just go there and, you know, pretend that you know it all, and we don't. And we're on our own journey in the company as well. So the more you share about failures and successes, the better off you are in both sides. So we've been trying to really have a, you know, very candid discussion with the firms, and we allow them to come with action plans that make sense for them. Sometimes it might seem that they are a little, you know, too slow, you know, compared to what we would hope in terms of a pace of progress. But you have to allow that. And each firm is different. You know, they have their own difficulties, their own, you know, issues with recruiting, with attrition. You know, we had several discussions, especially on this training on unconscious biases is where I learned the most, because that's where things come about and where people talk about their issues. And we had, you know, in one session in one country, law firms coming and saying, look, we really have this big issue with millennials. We don't know how to handle them. They come, we train them, 2 years of intensive training, and then they go. And what do we do with this? And we said, well, we have a very similar problem in the company. And then we started, you know, a whole discussion about that. So to me, it's, you know, really be open to share what works and what doesn't work, and allow time for people to make progress. I think that's important. And give back, you know, like my colleagues were saying before, you know, mentor someone. You learn a lot from that relationship.
That's excellent advice. I think I saw a question maybe at, oh, here's one. Yes.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Hi, we've actually got
We have to do it by microphone because
Oh,
of the webcast, so
All right.
there's two
and here
people
comes the
who will carry.
microphone. Here you go.
Hi, I'm Cecilia Mayral, a partner from Marvalo Farrell and Mayral in Argentina. I wanted to thank the panel, and I wanted to, it's a question and a comment. I liked a lot of your comments, and also Felipe, I was thinking about, we've worked a lot with PMI and how important it was for our firm to get a very direct message of what it was that the companies were looking at, because sometimes what you were saying about this global, what is the standard that the companies have to set, and all these questionnaires that we fill in, many times the partners would say, oh, it's a typical American companies asking us to have things that in Argentina you don't have, you know, diversity of ethnicity. I mean, and it was a very easy answer, and they thought that was the issue. Oh, of course, we're never going to do well if they're going to ask us to have things that we, you know, things that in our culture don't happen. And it wasn't that. It clearly was not that the issue, and we discussed it frankly and openly. And the difference that you all can make, you know, in the legal communities of all our countries is enormous, because in many of the firms, you're going to find a lot of women partners, and we had been working and wrestling with the issues, but many times, you know, you either don't have the budget, or every time we came forward with a proposal, it had to be, of course, we didn't have the same thing for men, so it was, well, very nice all this for women, but actually the men, we are not doing the coaching either, so let's do coaching for everybody. I'm not saying it's wrong, but what I'm saying is, it took time. And then when we had to sit down and think about this again and again and again, really your message and your transparency in getting together and saying exactly what it is that we can work together and do makes an enormous difference. And the impact is huge. And it happens in the different firms with the WHIP program that we've been working with you guys since 2007. I mean, it really has made a difference. So my request is please keep it up. That was all. Thank you.
That's excellent advice. And I mean, there's no question that the most direct primetime communication to partners in a law firm is what the clients want and need and expect. And when you back it up with terminating a relationship if they're not delivering that, that is, you know, the very best way, in a way, to advance things. And, you know, you are all kind of pushing against society and culture, but the corporations actually may be in the best position resource-wise and mission-wise to get that done. So you guys are all in a very opportune spot, and I know you're all very committed. Other questions from the room? And then you may have to help me with the video questions. Here's one. Oh, sorry. Here's the microphone.
Hi, I'm Sandra Gonzalez from Ferrer in Uruguay. When I was a kid and I was learning English, I remember when I started preparing my first international exam that my teacher in the first class said, "You are here to learn the strategies to pass the exam. Learning English, quite something different." How do you make sure as companies that we law firms are not actually checking all of the boxes to not lose you as clients and maybe win awards, but we are not actually making real progress?
Great question. Who would like that? Felipe, you look like you have a specific thought.
I do. I think ultimately you have to rely on the relationship holder. And this could be a challenge because sometimes you can have a firm kind of succeed in not convincing us or to have the right things. And I see two reasons why that might happen. One is that they come up with a business reason why they just cannot. You know, our foremost expert in this space just is not diverse. You know, this is what we can give you. This is the timeline. This is the quality you want. I know this is a priority, but do you want this team or not? It's a team you know we can do it. We're working on this in the long term, but what do you think? And then an exception is made and we move on because of whatever. So that's sometimes the reality of the situation. On the other hand, if the relationship partner works with the right level of leadership at the firm, usually there's a way to move the ball forward. So yes, that is the right team to handle it. The current team is not resourced along the lines that would generate a picture of diversity, gender or otherwise. But does that mean you just kind of accept it? Or is it possible that maybe the firm finds a way to adjust their timing so that they can bring in a junior member of the team who is diverse, who's not an expert, but they're showing that they're developing that person. And it doesn't take a lot of brainstorming to come up with things like that. And it goes back to what I mentioned earlier. It takes somebody on the ground that's holding the law firms accountable to ask those one or two additional questions about what more might be done, because we know that it can be done. And for example, Valeria mentioned that we have a lot of dedicated people to these tasks. Actually, we all have our own regular full-time jobs, you know? So when we say that to the firms, I think that they get it. And they're saying, okay, got it. We can put extra energy into this. And Josie's another good example. You know, she formed, before we even had an official diversity program in Latin America, her own group of women attorneys in Brazil. So, hey, there's a way to get to this. You just have to have that deeper conversation. And I think on the law firm side, it's understanding that, again, it's not finger pointing, it's problem solving.
Okay, another question? Patricia?
Hi, I'm Patricia Lopez Ofranc from Marble of Art and Mayral again. Again, as my colleagues, I want to thank the panel. And now I have a little piece of advice to you, the general counsels. I'm totally convinced I am a preacher of unconscious biases and stereotypes and whatever. And every now and then I've gone through really well-crafted presentations on these issues delivered by someone who was not at all convinced of what he was saying or she was saying and was excusing herself for coming to the law firm to make this presentation. So make sure that the person who makes a presentation is passionate about the issue.
Thank you for that. I think that is, we discussed that a little bit before the panel about the importance of making sure that you have people in-house that are as passionate as you are, the one who is, sponsoring the program, or your general counsel in the company, for example, in my case. But it's true that you have a lot of skepticism, including in your own organization. And yeah, I mean, these type of situations really don't help at all.
Yes.
I'm Antonia Stolper. I'm one of the members of the WIP Steering Committee at the Van Center. And this has been a fabulous panel. And I had a list of questions, but one of the things as we were working with our WIP groups, of which we now have 19 in 18 countries, so really a great interface, is that we're getting great interest from the multinationals who obviously at the highest levels of the corporations are very engaged in this. But as we know, and Valeria, I mean, all of you come from countries that have huge, very important national companies that in some ways are much more powerful and influential than even the multinationals. And I wondered if you have thought, as people who are passionately committed to the issue, who are leaders in your own corporations on these issues, how you're thinking about engaging with your corporate colleagues who are not part of this multinational enterprise that is having such an important effect, and how we, as sort of the WIP community in general, but all of you here who are from Latin America, working with Latin America, et cetera, can advance this issue with the national corporations, where I think in many cases we are very far behind.
Great question, and I think Valeria had a thought on that.
Just so we're going to be starting a program, Antonia, called Adopt a GC. And so those GCs of multinationals like us will be adopting a GC from a national company and inviting him or her, mostly him, because mostly these companies have male GCs. We're going to they're going to be inviting them, him or her, to lunch every quarter to talk, to slowly, explain to them, but also develop a relationship to get them interested also to participate in these events. Because I don't know if it happens to you all, but it's all, it's the usual suspects. And the usual suspects are the multinationals, and we're always talking, but to get them slowly engaged. So this Adopt a GC program, we will be starting pretty soon. We'll let you know how it goes. That's one way to get them into the conversation.
Madeline, I'd like to give the chance to a question from our webcast audience.
So this question is coming from the Dominican Republic. It says, some Latin American law firms are led by men due to culture. What is your advice for those women who want to get higher positions within an organization in these situations?
Good question. How do women advance in corporations when so few are maybe at the GC level? Luisa?
I think that's a very good question, and I believe for that to happen, you need really to have an inclusive environment in the firm that enables that type of discussion, really. I see that's where clients can play a role, if you're talking about a situation in a law firm, such as the one that was described. And that's where I see really our role in the legal profession to move forward the topic. And so hopefully to reach out to these type of firms and start a discussion and bring it, to certain good measures, really. Because otherwise it's difficult. I mean, if you have a firm that works in that way and there's no awareness whatsoever, it is really difficult to change things, and I think it's very unfair to put the burden on these women that are trying to understand how to progress in their careers if they don't even have the right atmosphere inside the firm.
Anyone else on that? Oh my gosh, we're getting the hook here. Time is called.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Madeline Luisa, Carmen, Valeria, Felipe, and Jonas. This was amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
And I'd like to invite Claudia Farcu Prado from Baker McKenzie and Gabrielle Brown from the Office of Diversity and Inclusion at the New York City Bar Association and her panel to please come up. Start. As soon as you start, just start.
So I think we are going to be moving on to the next panel.
Could you please quiet down? We need to, there'll be a coffee break after this panel, but we need to get going. It's a very tight time frame.
I'm sorry to be interrupting this conversation, but I'm sure that you are all going to have some time over break to continue the discussion, which of course was an excellent panel. So I think that the panel here now has a challenge to keep up at the same level. For those who did not attend the lunch, I'm Claudia Prado. I'm a partner at Baker McKenzie. Originally from Brazil, but currently I am a member of our Global Executive Committee. I'm chair of the Latin American region, the first woman to take this role in the history of the firm, chairing the Latin American region. And I also have the pleasure of being the chair of the Global Diversity and Inclusion Committee, so there is a lot of learning and intersection between my different roles. Today here we have an excellent panel of law firms. It was very interesting for us to hear the clients, which is a good segue to what we will be discussing. Before introducing the panel here, we are going to have a short presentation. I'm sure that you all have enjoyed a lot the prior discussion, hearing from our clients. I think that's the best way for the law firms really to understand what the clients expect from us. And a lot of things I'm sure that will make a lot of sense for all of us in discussing our programs. So we will start with a presentation from Gabrielle Brown, who is sitting here on my left, already ready to go. She is director for the New York Bar Association, Diversity and Inclusion Director, I'm sorry. And she has been leading the association efforts to enhance diversity in the legal profession, working with law firms. So she adds a lot of value in that respect, corporate legal departments, and nonprofit organizations and educators. Today, she will be sharing with us insights from recent research on metrics for diversity and inclusion, and best practices as well. Then I would like already to present our panelists so we don't interrupt the discussion. To my right, far right, Paula Zamper Salazar, partner at Gomes Pinzon Zuleta from Colombia. Paula is a member of the corporate and the real estate groups, and she's also director of the pro bono practice at the firm. She has been recognized for her work in pro bono in Colombia, receiving awards in that regard, and also for advancement of women in the legal profession. Welcome, Paula. To the far left, Carolina Zang from Argentina, managing partner at Zang, Bergel & Vinis. I hope I pronounced well. Carolina heads the banking and capital markets practice and is a member of the International Steering Committee of the Women in Professional Program at the Cyrus Vance Center for International Justice. She has also contributed to the development of a mentoring program within the firm, and which has also received an award from Chambers. I'm sure that we will hear more about her experience with this mentorship program. To my left, Barack Eccles, a partner at Kirkland & Ellis. He's a litigator partner based in Chicago. A member of the firm's diversity committee and racial and ethnic minority subcommittee. So we discussed a lot also on his experience, not only with gender, but also on this important stream of diversity. And he sits on the board of the Institute for Inclusion in the Legal Profession. Many of you know him also for this role. And finally, last but not least, Gustavo Membella, partner at Hunton and Williams. He's, oh my God, another litigation partner based in Miami, and serves as a co-chair for the firm's Inclusion and Committee. With that, I will ask Gabrielle to present her topic, and then we can go back to the panel.
Thank you, Claudia. And I'm going to set a timer because I'm a talker, so I need to know my time limit. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Gabrielle Brown. I'm the Director of Diversity and Inclusion here at the New York City Bar Association. I want to thank Sandra, Adriana, and Judy for inviting me to participate in this conversation. If there's anything that we've learned in the last 10 years of this research, it's that we learn so much from just talking to one another. So I'm delighted to share with you some of the findings in our research today, but even more delighted to participate in the conversations this afternoon and hear, what initiatives you're taking to advance diversity within your respective firms and corporations that we can translate to our signatory law firms. The New York City Bar has been collecting and analyzing the diversity metrics of more than 130 law firms for 10 years when we founded the office in 2004. We collect the representation of minority and women attorneys at the associate level as they ascend to partnership, and then their attrition data to get a snapshot of what the profession looks like. After 10 years of collecting this data, we realized that we didn't really know what these numbers meant, and they weren't as helpful as we hoped they would be. So we shifted our survey significantly. We updated it to get a better snapshot of each of the racial and ethnic identities within these categories. We sent the firm reports directly to law firm leadership, and then we incorporated a qualitative element where we asked law firms to submit practices that they put into place and data to support that, and conducted more than 30 hours of qualitative research to kind of mine that data. And what we came out with is a set of better practices that I'm going to go over with all of you. This is truly a test of whether or not I know our metrics because I can't see these slides. So if a data point is off, what I want to share with you first is just where we are in 2015. And as I provide context on this data, just understand that this is law firms that over a decade ago pledged a commitment to diversity and inclusion. So these numbers, while we'll talk about some gains and challenges, we really want to see a little bit more movement here. We saw steady gains in representation of women and men of color at the associate class, and then even more in 2015. The bold numbers are numbers that have increased year over year, or improved year over year at the special counsel level. And we saw gains for white women partners who peaked at 19.7%, or women partners who peaked at 19.7% in 2015. That persistent challenge remains, though, that at the law firm leadership level, at the very top of this pyramid, 75% of partners in these firms are still white men. So we needed to figure out a way to engage them in diversity efforts, because if we're relying just on the representation at the top there, that's not enough. The numbers don't represent enough critical mass to affect meaningful change. Our LGBT attorney data, we're working to improve this, but we're at 3.4% of attorneys in signatory firms and 0.52% of attorneys with disabilities. These data points are a little harder to collect, so as we're working to improve our survey, we're looking to address these numbers as well. So that's the lay of the land. I don't know why this is not working. So just to provide some context to that, women attorneys peaked, women partners peaked at 19.7%, but we found that 15% of those were women of color, and so that drops to, and as we dropped into the specific racial and ethnic identities of women of color partners, of all partners in New York City firms, Black and African American women make up 0.5%, and Hispanic women make up 0.3%. So we saw gains there, but really having that context of what that looks like, gave us a very narrow focus. Minority attorney representation remains relatively flat year over year, but we did see gains at the special counsel level and a bit more representation in leadership bodies within the firms, which we identify as practice group heads, members of management committee, office managing partners, and firm-wide managing partners. But we have seen steady erosion in the minority and women associate pipeline at the 3rd through 5th year and 7th and 8th year. One of the things that we realize is we don't have a lot of information about why people leave firms, and from a generational perspective, we can't really tell if that's just attrition that is consistent with millennial patterns, professional patterns, or if there are really issues there. So this year we're launching a voluntary attrition survey to provide a little bit more context there. But it's notable to put a pin in it because here, the voluntary attrition numbers, we provide 18.4% of women and 20.8% of minorities leave firms compared to 12.9% of their white male peers. And we've seen, like I said, LGBT attorney representation has more than doubled since we started collecting the data, but at 3.4%, we think that's still underreported. And we see a continued disappropriate representation of women and minority attorneys, disproportionate representation of women and minority attorneys in income partnerships rather than equity partnerships, where turnover is a little bit higher. We have seen increased use of and a little bit more creativity with flexible work arrangements, which historically have been used for women who are transitioning in and out of firms to raise families. We've now seen those used to provide a little bit more career fluidity to millennial lawyers and young lawyers. And then we've seen enhanced diversity efforts in the firm, and really, this was the most compelling part of our survey because we invited law firms to provide an answer to this question, and about 70 firms sent us a better practice, something that they put in and said, we devoted a lot of time and energy and financial resources into this program this year. Here's the turnover that, the improvements that we saw in those categories. And when we collected those as an aggregate of all firms that were applying programs that were similar to that, in our data, we saw that there was steady movement in them. Jordan. So just the lay of the land again, what we saw with our data from the data perspective, again, it's tough to just use the data points to figure out where we are, but I think this makes a clear reason for investing in diversity and inclusion. The top graphic is women attorneys, and the blue bar is white women, and the colored bars are women of color. And you see that there are pretty consistent gains all the way. There's a bit broader diversity for women that increases as you ascend into the leadership roles, which is the complete opposite trend for men attorneys, which gets smaller and smaller, where white men make up almost 80% of equity partners in New York City firms. And so we did this better practices. The methodology for this was we allowed the firms to provide the information in the survey. We then read every single better practice and put it into categories. We then saw a couple categories that were consistent firm to firm, and then mined their data compared to the overall data. If a law firm, the data was performing at a significant percentage increase over all the other firms in the category that aligned with that practice, we considered it a better practice. We then, just to make sure that we had as much context as possible, provided the qualitative interviews. So we spoke with, in a firm that had a better practice, typically an associate, a partner, sometimes even the managing partner and or the diversity professional, to see if that was translating throughout the firm. We came up with 3 main categories. We provided the better practices in bulleted forms inside the report because we think everybody needs a starting point. And what we found was every firm, like I said, 90% of firms that participated in the survey provided us with a better practice, but a lot of them seem to be going at it completely alone, investing their own internal resources to start a program for women's sponsorship or to elevate minority attorneys to partnership levels. And what we wanted to do was say, other firms are doing this, so you should talk to each other. And then for some firms, when we conducted an interview with them and found out that their data aligned with our idea that we thought this was a better practice, we just provided the firm so that you could get in touch with somebody there and say, help us, this is something we're also trying to do. You know, we were surprised by how hard it is to make people collaborate and work together, but I think if we start this conversation, and I know today is really, you know, very positive for me that you're gonna do the same thing, I think as we continue to share resources and ideas and streamline these processes, we'll see a greater change. Gosh. So the biggest category that we focused on was attorney development. The elements that make an attorney successful in a law firm are universal. So we wanted to focus on initiatives that really drilled down on enhancing the skills and opportunities and access and reputation internally and externally of associates within the firm. You know, this aligns with some of the conversations that the last panel was having, and I think we'll see these patterns in the conversations with the panelists this afternoon and in your group discussions. But where we saw the most movement was when a firm was investing in business development and leadership training for attorneys, you know, sending them out to have coaching and skill development, understanding what leadership presence means, and then having career planning opportunities. The engagement from leadership really matters. So having practice group leaders and managing partners invested in diversity efforts, we saw movement there. Any opportunity to expand their practice area expertise, we see this a lot externally. If they're sitting on a board or organization or a bar association committee that aligns with their practice area, we saw a lower level of attrition and higher elevation to leadership roles. And then these sponsorship programs, I know some people have started this, have heard of this. We saw a lot of movement here where law firms are intentionally pairing partners and associates to have one person responsible for the career trajectory of their associate and their development. And then helping associates see a multi-year plan for themselves, so developing these action plans for associates. And then any external resources that could be made available to them. We saw a lot of movement with law firms that have executive coaches on hand to provide feedback to associates. You know, feedback is so subjective within a firm. You can get different feedback from different partners and really not be able to navigate that. And we found that having one person as a coach to kind of guide you and inform you and aggregate that feedback for you is really powerful. I don't know where I'm supposed to point this. Went too far. The client perspective. I love that today's program started with the clients because I think these are huge drivers. So when clients were communicating, when the client relationship was really strong, we saw that there was a firm assessment of the client team composition and what matters diverse associates were working on, how actively engaged they were, or if they were just being pulled into the meetings or, you know, not taking on a leadership role. Any initiatives to strengthen relationships with clients, we saw a number of firms provide programming where they would invite the clients in to participate in the program with the associates in the firm for these natural networking opportunities. And then efforts to enhance gender diversity on corporate boards. Law firms that had invested in that kind of couples with the leadership development in the first better practice, in that, you know, it takes a certain element of a good lawyer to sit on a board, a corporate board, so you have that training in place, and then you're transitioning them into these leadership roles externally, and it has a mutually rewarding benefit. And then also, I know this was mentioned in the last panel, but I can't understate the importance of implicit bias training within the firm. We have worked with a number of firms that know it's good and know it's great, but many people in the room have never taken the IAT, the implicit association test. They don't know the pulse of the culture within the firms. So training partners to understand and interrupt implicit biases and to really focus on how they're providing feedback to diverse associates. And then implementing bias neutralizers for associates. So that's understanding where bias may come into decisions that are being made about them in the firm and interrupting those. And then monitoring exit interviews. I think all three of these have to come from a third party that can provide context to the culture of the firm that you can't get, that people just aren't comfortable sharing. And I think bias interrupters are a really powerful tool because I think if people don't see themselves as part of the problem, they often don't see themselves as part of the solution. So when you put people in a room and focus on that implicit bias training, everybody realizes that this is just part of the science of implicit bias, is that our brain takes shortcuts in the 11 million pieces of information that we consume per moment. How we filter those and how we focus on, making these decisions about how we interact with our colleagues requires slowing down those processes. So I think they're really great, valuable learning mechanisms for the firms. And so I think what we found with our better practices is that the other core component of this is anybody can do these things. You don't require a minority or woman partner to lead the charge in these kinds of programs, particularly in that skill development. If you have 75% of partners are white men, ostensibly my interactions with white men have been they've always been eager to share the skills and lessons that they've learned in their careers and help to advance associates through those tracks. And then once you've put these programs into place, I think it sends a clear message to the associates that are ascending through your associate classes that the firm cares about their investment and wants to see them stay in the firm and succeed. And it stops being, I think we need to reframe the message. I think these programs don't really address a diversity problem, but really highlight an opportunity for a lot of progress to be made. You can get people involved in these have an impact. People like to get involved in something that's positive and will have a positive change. And so they're doing, if you're adding something to people's already busy plates that has a positive impact, I think they're more likely to get involved. And going back to that implicit bias element, when we think about where cognitive shortcuts occur, it's when we're tired, stressed, and busy, and overworked, which makes law firms essentially a breeding ground for implicit bias to take root, right? So, I think just putting that on the table and allowing people to work through that is really powerful. I think what we found with the better practices is that everybody needs to make a concentrated effort to do something. There's an element of this that everybody can take on. And if you're not on the diversity committee or you're not the chair of it or you're not super involved, there are short, easy, low-risk things you can do every single day. So we provided, organizational strategies within the better practices section of our report. We also created individual strategies. So we made managing partner toolkits and attorney toolkits, and we're releasing a client toolkit. Just bulleted list of things you can do on a day-to-day basis. We broke that down even further and made bias interrupters. So on a level of very easy, thinking about who you sit next to when you walk into a meeting versus leading the charge and putting policies in place in your firms, and the wide array of opportunity between those things. These are all available on our website for free. We're happy to share them. We're happy to walk you through them. And we also use biasinterrupters.org, which is Joan Williams' research that has a myriad of toolkits for individuals to bring into their organizations. This is going to take a lot of time. Our fastest moving data point in our report is women partners, and they're moving at 0.3% every year. So it's going to take a couple decades to see the numbers that we'd like. I think focusing just on the numbers completely eliminates the possibility of change that can happen when you're changing the hearts and minds of people within the firm and impacting somebody's career positively. So I hope that today's conversation on the panel and in your breakout sessions will inspire and encourage you to get involved with your firm's initiatives, to encourage other people to get involved. And I hope that we can all work together to make this a much more inclusive profession. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So I have asked Gabrielle to continue sitting here because through the panel discussion, if anyone has questions on the presentation, I'm sure that you will be happy to answer. I think that the topics will relate a lot. So the topic of our panel is leveraging metrics to guide firms towards inclusions. For me, this translates very simply into stop counting people, but making people count. So it's not only about measuring and having the numbers, but also how to drive the programs to make people count and make people included. But as we were discussing over lunch, I think that the programs are very important, but as important is also to continue to measure the results, not only to drive the programs in a strategic way, but also to make leadership accountable. So we heard earlier from our clients how our clients measure and assess us, the law firms, on D&I. And now this panel will be about how the law firms are reacting to what the clients are asking and how we are assessing ourselves and providing the programs for that. When we were discussing this, as I mentioned over lunch, at least at Baker McKenzie, we, about 5 years ago, were very brave in establishing gender aspirational targets, really to promote more women into partnership. But I don't think that in the discussions we had in preparation for this panel, many firms have been doing that. So this is already a challenge that I have for the panelists, really to think about how to have those targets, because again, if we don't measure, if we don't have clear objectives, it's very hard also to drive the changes. But I would like perhaps to start with Paula, asking for a couple of examples of how you have been using your firm indicators and monitoring the results in terms of really measuring the success.
Okay, thank you, Claudia. First of all, and thank you to all of my Colombian lawyers who are right now watching this through the webcast. I think we have like 25 attorneys in Colombia in the same room. They all from different firms, which shows the level of collaboration that we have in these issues, which I'm very grateful for. Colombia is not a very typical country compared to our neighbors. I don't know if you are aware, we have, of course, many problems, but one which we don't have is the access of women to high business positions. Recently, there was an inquest saying that 40% of the high executive business positions in Colombia are occupied by women. However, I wanted to say a couple of things about what we're doing in our firms about women and other diversity issues, because I noticed that the title of the panel, fortunately, was diversity and inclusion in general, which I liked. At the beginning, I didn't know what to say regarding the other aspects of inclusion, not women issues, but other issues of diversity, but then I have a couple of ideas. The first thing is, I read an article in the Harvard Business Review which says, one tool of any organization or at any organization's disposal is the way its leaders choose to talk or not to talk about these differences or the diversity. And that's one thing I was going to say. In Colombia, we don't talk so much about these issues. And you've been saying, for example, how clients ask law firms about their diversity programs. Let me tell you, I've been in my firm for 25 years, and I think I have gotten 2 letters from clients in these 25 years asking us for our diversity programs. I don't think I've got more than 2. Those 2 came from US multinationals, of course. So I think that still has to happen in Colombia much more. In our firm, we started, of course, with the idea that we didn't want to lose women who started their families, and we started doing those type of flex time programs, et cetera. And it was a very good start. But then the wonderful thing is that these young women then led the discussion, and they have their own women committees in all of the firms. In fact, that's why they are meeting all to watch. We have been very proactive as a committee of 25 law firms, encouraging the discussions in diversity. I'm sure these discussions have been very successful. In fact, as I was telling you, Colombia has 50% of the lawyers in the main firms are women. The last survey that I saw, which had 85 law firms, showed 50% of women in the law firms. Now, in the partner level, we have 33%, which is not bad. I mean, I can see now that it's double what you have in New York. Of course, it's a smaller population, but we have 33% women in the partner level. Now, I wanted to discuss 2 minutes the other inclusion and diversity things, because it really was difficult for me to think about other diversity issues. And let me tell you, I don't think law firms in Colombia are diverse, apart from women, I mean. We are a very close circle. I don't know if that is the case in other Latin American countries. But just to give you a number, 60% of the lawyers of all these 85 firms come from 3 private universities. And that 60% come from 3 universities. These are 3 private elite universities. We don't have many lawyers from public universities, for example. We certainly don't have a representation of other races. We don't have a representation of lower social and economic level people. Now, universities are doing a very good job in being more diverse. They have opened scholarships and all that. So I think in the future, in the next decade probably, most of the students that the law firms are hiring are going to be more diverse. But right now, I don't think we are doing enough with regards to social and economic diversity in our firms. We don't even have policies for diversity in hiring, for example. So I think, Claudia, the issue of having metrics as the title of this panel was useful because in any case, it made me think that we have to start doing some projects for that. I mean, for starting to measure the way we create diversity policies in Colombia. Of course, let me end by saying that it's difficult to be an activist sometimes. I heard Valeria during lunch saying that sometimes you have diversity fatigue. I think, I think that's a fatigue that my male partners have whenever I talk to them about the issues. It does create some fatigue to the leadership of certain firms, and we have to deal with that on a day-to-day basis. I am very, very optimistic that the new generations of women and lawyers, I'm very fond of millennials, you know. I really love the way they see the world, and I think the new generation of lawyers will be more diverse than we are, at least more open than we have been. And finally, let me say that I'm just a believer that diversity is no longer like the right thing to do. It's an essential factor to compete with our competitors, to get the clients. I wish I had all the 5 clients that we had today on the panel. I only have Valeria, but the other ones, I wish I had them because we really need these companies to start asking these questions to their law firms. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paula. So I think that with all the good recommendations that the 5 clients gave, you can already go back to Colombia with some takeaways on how to develop those clients. Just pay attention to everything that they are asking from us really on the diversity front. But I think it's important not only to hear what the clients say, but also to convince our partners and our leadership that diversity is not only about what the clients expect. As a matter of fact, what they expect, it's really aligned with the strategies that we should have in our firms. It's the good thing for our talent, because of course, if we don't have a good inclusion of people, we lose a big part of the talent. This affects quality. This affects innovation, as one of the panelists from the client panel also mentioned. And I don't stop also to remind the partners, because they like to hear that, and I mentioned this over lunch, that more diversity on the top, especially gender diversity, but any level of diversity really brings also better financial results, because I think that there is a lot of data already that proves that engaged organizations which have the workforce feeling included and engaged, of course, they produce, they are more productive and generate better results. So it's not only good for the clients, but it's good also for the business. So I think that this is a good takeaway. But maybe to transition to Carolina, as I mentioned in the introduction, she got an award for a mentorship program that you have developed in the firm. If you could share with the rest of the group here what you have done and just some of the best practices in this program.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you to everybody. First, I would like to take only just 1 minute to go through Gabriel's presentation and give some, comments on Argentina. I don't know if my colleagues here will agree, but I'd like to say that with regards to, equity partnership, as you all know, we've faced a couple of years of stagnation in our economy. So firms, that was not easy for firms. So a lot of women left the firms. So because the firms were not making partners or not equity partners at least. So a lot of women left firms, but a lot of these women established their own firms very successfully. So that is, I think, very interesting to point out. The other thing that I'd like to mention is that unlike Colombia, we don't have a very good representation of women on board of directors, for example. And I'm giving you this information of public companies, which is, the only available information. I guess that until now, only one bank, and because it went public last year, has a woman on board. Okay, no, not even alternate directors. So she quit. Okay. And the reason was that I don't know which of the underwriters suggested to this bank that they had to have, a female representation on board. So that's unlike Colombia, this is our reality as well. The other thing that I wanted to mention about Argentina is that there's no collection of data. Our city bars, they don't collect data. I think that firms, we do collect data. We don't know how accurate is this data, but we don't have nothing like, the city bar collecting data. So in this regard, firms are more advanced. And I'm really proud also to say that the firms are really concentrated efforts right now in order to have, these programs and policies. Most of the firms in Argentina have programs and policies in place, such as, all of, flexi time, part-time, home office, extended paternity leave. All of these policies, firms are really advanced in Argentina right now. So these were a couple. And the last comment is that, as in Colombia, I totally agree with Paula that lower social economic level is also something we need to count as, a diverse issue in Argentina. It's very important. So I wanted to make these remarks before mentioning our mentoring programs. The mentoring program was an idea that came out like 5 years ago. Our firm faced like a major reorganization. Most of the founding partners left. As I say, we had a major reorganization, and right now, out of 11 equity partners, we are 5 women partners. I've been managing the firm for 5 years now. And these 5 equity partners, they're all head of areas. So since then, the idea was that, and we really didn't know what to do. I was like the best of the worst to manage the firm. So no one taught us how to do this. So this is when, the idea of mentoring everybody from the very beginning, from the very scratch, was really a requirement for the firms to succeed. So this is how the mentoring program was put in place. So our 5 female partners are all of them are head of areas. All of them are in charge of the client relations, the budgeting for their areas, the business development, and and all that stuff. And they really didn't know how to do it. And you know, we started to think that, you know, mentoring from the very beginning was really needed. This is one thing. The other thing that we also reorganized 4 or 5 years ago, and this is also how, you know, another idea to establish in our mentoring programs was that we reviewed our core values. Because we always talk about values, but I really didn't know 5 years ago what the values of the firm were. So we ended up with a list of 7 values, which is empathy, teamwork, honor your word, think big, commitment, excellence, client passion, and leadership. And then we started to revise where, you know, inclusion, diversity, and gender issues, where there was a link in all of these values. So right now we know that you're a good leader of an area if you have a diverse group, and we require that. Right now we know that empathy, you're empathetic to the values, sure. It's empathy, teamwork, honor your word, think big, commitment, excellent, client passion, and leadership. So we started, as I say, to look and revise where, you know, inclusion and diverse interlinked with these values. And right now, as I say, we know that, well, you're a good leader if you have a diverse group, if you empathize with, you know, others' necessities, if you, I mean, think big. Part of thinking big is, you know, having a diverse group and try to include people. And this is how we started to think about all of these issues. We've also incorporated these issues in our partners' compensation. Part of our partners' compensation package is on a, it's not fixed, it's it's, how do you say? Variable. So in mentoring, mentoring is part of the compensation, and also, well, management issues as part of the compensation as well. And what we've done recently is we started a gamification technique where you give feedback, 360 feedback to everybody. Everybody is in your app. You give feedback based on these values, these 7 values, and you get a lot of information. So, and then you award, and you decide who to award or which value to award. So sometimes what we do is we award the associate or partner who gave a star to more women, you know, in that particular month. Or we give the award to the women attorney who received more stars. But this does not happen every month. We just choose what to award when we see how our values are scored and how many stars, you know, leadership received and who received the leadership stars, or how many stars, you know, think big received and who received those. So this way we try to monitor where we are. And we give, for us, mentoring as a very important part of our strategy, and we really award mentoring.
Very good comment. So you can see that although in Argentina you may not have the richness of the information, the metrics that Gabriel has presented, but you have been using internally these metrics to your benefit to develop the programs. And what I like most, and again, hearing from our clients, you have been using these also to drive leadership involved in diversity and inclusion. Nothing better really than making the leadership accountable, because I truly believe that in diversity, if you want to move the needle, the leadership have to be involved. The tone has to come from the top. And it's not only about them buying the business case, but also feeling the accountability. So this idea of tying compensation to the progress of diversity, I think it's very brave. And I think that this is a good example to follow, because once the partners, and we will be talking that also, how different firms have been doing in influencing the managing partners and doing something. Once they feel the pain in their pockets, I'm sure that things may start to change in the firms also. I would like to hear our colleagues from the North Hemisphere about your experiences, especially with clients, because we have been hearing from our clients what they expect from us. If perhaps, Barak, you could start by saying how you have been addressing the clients here in the U.S. On their needs from a diversity standpoint.
Sure, I'd be happy to. And I think that when you look at it from the U.S. perspective, some respects for those of us who have been involved in this, we don't think we are as far ahead as we would like to be. We all started from a situation, I believe, where opportunities were not being provided enough, and maybe there was just not enough attention to it or not the realization of what value that could bring to the organization as well as to clients. These days we do have good clients like with General Electric, Alex Dimitrieff, a former Kirkland & Ellis partner, Valeria, who is one of my Leadership Council on Legal Diversity fellows from 2013. The clients make it known to us that it's important to them. They want the data. They want to know who is available to work on their matters. And they also then will sometimes check to make sure that the hours match the people whose faces came in the pitch book to see that they are there. Now, that's just the numbers part, and that's not really enough. Because, as has been discussed, you need to have those personal connections, not only with the external clients, the folks like were on the panel and spoke to us earlier, but internally, because the internal clients, the rainmakers, the 75% white male partners who run the firms, are the ones who play a big role in determining what the careers of the tanner people and gender different people, what their careers will look like. And so we've tried to put in place different aspects of our internal review system that would take that into account. So for instance, a few years back, we put in our review system, both at the associate level, at the income partner level, and at the equity partner level, a requirement that you have to write in your memo, what have you done in the past year to further diversity, inclusion, mentoring, recruiting? So you have to put it down. And if you're an associate or a non-share, an income partner, if you've done a significant amount, as Carolina was saying, you can get credit for that with your hours and with your bonus. And if you're more senior, you're a senior partner, it's kind of embarrassing if you have to provide the firm committee a memo and you've got a blank section, for that particular number where you're supposed to be explaining how you made the firm better that way. But the other thing that Claudia said is that these senior men attorneys who are non-diverse, they love to talk about themselves. They love to be involved, in mentoring and participating. And so what we have also put in place is we had a women's leadership retreat, we had a diverse partners retreat, and in both instances, we invited some of the most senior rainmakers to come and talk and explain a little bit about their careers. How did they get to where they were? Answer questions so that they could have that face-to-face interaction with people where sometimes the matters are staffed and you've got the person way up at the top and you've got 2 or 3 other people in between, and then the junior woman or the junior diverse associate never actually even gets to see the face of the senior person. They know the name and say, oh yes, I work for him indirectly through 3 different people. And we've tried to bring that also into a more informal setting where it may just be me or others who are on the diversity committee. We have this Kirkland Connection series, and either with clients or with the senior attorneys in-house say, hey, can you spare an hour and a half after work, grab cocktails and appetizers, and I'm going to bring 6 or 7 young attorneys, women, diverse, and you just sit and chat so you can meet them, meet who they are, so they can feel part of the broader organization. And you know what sometimes happens too, is you make that connection and that senior attorney is, oh yeah, I remember Valeria, she seemed really interested in this kind of transaction. Let me see if she will work on this deal. And so you can do this both formally with the review structure and informally of trying to make the more inclusive connections.
Thank you, Barak. Gustavo, would you like to add with your experience?
Sure. So obviously, this is something that, the clients have come to us and said that's important, and as a firm, if the clients think it's important, we think it's, we think it's important, not only because, it's the right thing to do, but also because it's the best way to serve the clients by having, diverse groups. One of the things that we've done at the firm over, the last, half decade or so is, there was one year where we had a partnership class that was not a diverse partnership class at all. Coincidentally, happened to be my partnership class, but we'll just put that to the side. But in response to that, the firm created what is a liaison committee. And the idea of the liaison committee was to take senior management people from the firm and other influential partners in the firm and really have them take an active look at the associates that are moving up through the firm and through the partnership ranks to make sure that we are giving the attention to associates where they're getting client exposure, they're getting client experience. They have not just one person that's taking ownership over their career and their ability to move up through the ranks, but that at the highest levels of the firm, there are people that are responsible as to whether this person is going to succeed or not within the firm. And we're doing that across the entire partnership demographic, not just through with diverse attorneys or women's attorneys, because I think one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that, it's not just diversity and inclusion. I'm from Miami. I grew up in Miami. If you look at the metrics of a city like Miami, you're like, really, really diverse community, right? Should be okay. In terms of inclusion, Miami is not an inclusive community. It's very fragmented. You have all sorts of racial and socioeconomic problems within the community. And you need to carry that through, I think, to every, to the corporate area, to the legal areas, and keep in mind that you have to be able to bring people together in order to effectuate change. And so it's important that everyone feels part of the process in one way or another in order to be able to get through and really effectuate diversity and inclusion change within the firm.
Thank you. A lot of good thoughts and comments, but I will challenge all of you. Last year at Baker, we have done an internal people survey, and we have done this survey within our 77 offices, 13,000 plus people, with very specific questions on diversity and inclusion. So it was an overall people survey, but included also diversity and inclusion. And as a result of this survey, the number one reason the scores came out, the responses, the number one reason for people to leave the firm, guess what, was lack of flexibility, which, as Valeria mentioned, the companies have been much more advanced than law firms in providing flexibility and agility in work. So this was the number one response that for us was not so shocking, but it was good to inform a new program that we just launched globally, which is an agility program, really to make sure that all the offices within the globe have policies on flexible work, which is not part-time. As Valeria said, it's not only lip service, but it is really to provide flexibility in the way we work. And the second thing that for us was quite shocking was a huge aspirational gap that we found between men and women. So we asked a simple question to all our associates: do you want to be a partner in the firm? And guess what? 78% of men responded yes, and only 53% of women responded yes. So there was a big gap on the aspiration also. And then we went back this year and conducted now a survey only with women to understand why, what are the reasons, and then we are finding more information. And one of the responses that came out already is not only confirming the lack of flexibility, but also the lack of role models. I haven't heard here from the panel anything regarding flexibility and role models, but please don't tell me anything about lip service. I really want to hear about programs that you are really launching and they are working well in your firms in terms of flexibility and role models.
No, I wanted also to mention that I heard a survey last week. I attended the IBA, the officers meeting, that there is this survey to millennials. They were asked if they want to be partners, and 68% responded no. I just wanted to add that figure to your...
It's true, but I think that, again, it has a lot to do with the way that people work in law firms. It goes back to the flexibility, and you made an excellent point, because when we developed our program, we made sure that this is not a program that it applies only for women. It applies to everybody, and quite the opposite. We are asking our male partners, senior partners, to take this program, really to lead by example, so the young generation see that this is all right, that they will have a career, and I'm sure that this is something that the new generation is asking. It's not only women. Anyone else?
Yes, Claudia. Yeah. I wanted to say that I think these results that you mentioned are very typical of what the new generation of lawyers want, not only women, also men. I recently also asked people in our firm if they wanted to become partners, and really it's not much of the population. They do believe that they need more flexibility, not only women again, but also they did mention something about having leaders who inspire them. And that's something that the new generations want, having leaders or partners or bosses who really inspire them. And so I was going to say, if I was asked, like the last panel, what is one advice you would give, it would be that on a day-to-day basis, be an inspiring person for all of the people who work for you, men and women, because that's the only mechanism that you have to keep them up motivated.
Thank you, Paul. I think that this goes really to the point of role models, which is really role models who inspire others to aspire to become partners. So you see that all the topics are very interrelated. Gabrielle, you raise your hand.
Yeah, I want to speak to that because I think that the generation of lawyers that's coming into the profession is more tech-focused and more entrepreneurial. So I think that to address that 68%, that's why we need to do this individual approach to figuring out people's career path is. I think the way that we've approached diversity for a very long time right now, and it's problematic, is that we want everyone who's a woman or everyone who's a minority lawyer to want to be partner and stay. And then the people who didn't even have that intention when they came into the firm are seen as a failure to achieve their diversity and inclusion goals. You know, if you're having conversations with people and you have relationships with people, you can redirect course when you realize that their career ambitions are different and match them up with a path that makes them successful in the firm. Because if they leave the firm, you want them to have a strong relationship so that they can bring business back. Mm-hmm. And they're not if the firm sees them leaving as a loss.
Thank you, Gabrielle. So, Barak, I think you have a comment, and then we will have to go into questions.
Yep, and just to respond to your question and to follow up on what Gabrielle said, one of the things that we're proud that we've put in place is an alumni network. And so, and this is a lot of it because as you've heard from the clients, we have a lot of in-house women clients. And so keeping those attorneys who have taken some time off from our firm connected to the firm, and then also even providing them opportunities, notice when positions in our clients become available, has turned out to be a valuable way for us to to further that relationship with our women attorneys.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. So one of the things that we've done within Hunton too is particularly the women's attorney group. As part of the associate training program, they've taken a very active role in building in either training as part of those associates programs, or also having networking, mentoring, cocktail events after those, so that there is a constant communication there between attorneys that are in different offices, women attorneys that are in different offices, so that when there's an event in Texas, somebody like Susan, who's my partner in here, she can go down to she's down in Texas meeting with the women attorneys in Texas, so that there is that cross-selling and and that ability to know, the associates in the other offices, and that they can look up, to someone like her who's, the administrative partner within the business group, and say, if that's the path that I want, that's the path that I want. I think the other thing that it's important, law firms, U.S. law firms for a long time, we've taken this view that if you don't stay within the firm and become a partner, there's somehow that's a failure or whatever, which is so incongruous with the way most businesses work, that you discard good talent because they're not ready or they don't want to be a partner. And I think that's part of this is you need to be able to look at people within what their goals are and what they want to do, and sort of take advantage of the talent that's there.
Very good. I'm just seeing the time sign here, so just in time to open for questions. That's your time opportunity to learn from these experienced people from law firms on what they have been doing right.
Hi, I'm Susana Sainz from Beretta Godoy in Argentina. I was wondering if, in your experience, Claudia mentioned the importance of flexi programs or flexi-hour programs for the associates and for the partners as well. In your experience, have you experienced resistance within the law firm to implement this sort of programs for fear there will be a lack of productivity, or, the effort will not be as important as it was?
Not in implementing the program. I think we were very successful in implementing the program, and we've had many attorneys in flex time. In fact, our flex time is for 1 year after the birth of your son or daughter, and you get to stay at home half-time for 1 year. We have a 4-month license of maternity in Colombia by law, so this is a year plus the 4 months that you have by law. And all of them are very happy, and they earn their bonus. They have lower metrics. They have lower hours that they need to work. But I've started to see recently that when you have lots of women in the same department in the same condition, that starts to be a little bit difficult, because sometimes you have departments saying, well, why don't you hire a man, please? Because they have too many women in flex time right now, but in general, it's been successful.
Okay,
while the mic comes here, I just want to make a point, because that's exactly the trap that we have and the bias that we have in flexibility, because especially in Latin America, I think that a lot of people think that flex time, it's only for women who come back from maternity. This is wrong. This is something that we really have to change, and that's why at the firm we implemented this program, which is not to be applied, number one, for women, number two, for women who come from maternity. Of course, they can take that as well, but as I said, it's a program that is really open for everybody, and it's not time limited, because flexibility does not mean necessarily part-time. Our program includes part-time, of course, for those who really have a limitation of time, either because they come back from maternity or they have health problems or have to take care of older families. So this is one way. But the program that we are really implementing, and that I think that the new generation needs more and more, is really flexibility in all respects. And I think that clients do that very well. So, and clients understand very well. So the problem that we have is that there is still this stigma that people who are not working in the office with their lights on, they are probably not working, and this is not true. So with the metrics and with the information that we are collecting inside the firm, we are really breaking also this bias to show that productivity is not affected if you have the program right, if there is transparency, if there is maturity, if people really are very clear and open on how they are working. Nowadays, with technology, you can work from anywhere, anytime. As a matter of fact, one of the streams of our programs is exactly this, work anywhere, anytime. So it's about really having this commitment of continuing to work, continue to serve the clients no matter what they are, where they are, without this bias that this is part-time and that it is time limitation. There is a time limitation.
Did I respond to the comment that you wanted to?
To some extent, yes, because, I mean, what I was going to share is we just started at the firm a program for flex time for quote-unquote parents with children with the age below 2. And I think that this is very important because by saying that all these programs are for women, we continue stigmatizing women. It seems as if children are made by, I mean, she has a wonderful story about someone who mentioned that she was very lucky because her husband took her children to school, and her answer was, he is very lucky because I pick his children from school. I mean, and I wanted to ask you whether you have, because we have so many dual career couples, but it's still always the women who take the flex times. Do you have experience about men taking sometimes this flex time to be able to take care of the children?
No.
Well, our
short answer.
Well, we have an extended paternity leave now. In Argentina, it's only 2 days for the father by law. Our policy is a month. It's like 20 business days right now. We have a lawyer who took the month off, and he was just one lawyer. He was very happy. And also what we've implemented is for everybody in the firm have Friday off once a month without giving any explanation. And the only requirement is, well, the person who wants to take the half Friday off has to discuss it with the group, with the partner in charge, and that's it. And have the hours, the hours billed for until the day, and that's the only requirement, and everybody's very happy about that.
Our research supported in 2015 a higher percentage of men using flex work arrangements, and the better practice that we highlighted was a law firm that uses their flex program for lawyers who want to take 6 months to a year off to volunteer with a nonprofit, or somebody used it to write a book, or try out a different career path and easily transition back into the firm. And we highlighted that to eliminate from the conversation this idea that flex work is only for parents and only for women.
Yeah. I think that's going to be the path going forward again because of the generation. So it's not only about gender diversity, but it's about age diversity, generation diversity as well. Any more questions?
Hello.
I see one here.
She has a mic.
Oh, sorry. I think someone is... Go ahead. You had the mic first, please.
Well, thank you. My name is Carolina Palma. I'm with Pacheco Coto, Costa Rica. Thank you very much for these experiences. They're very enriching to us. I wanted to ask a question. Well, in Central America, we also share some of the same situations that you just mentioned, and there's a lot to do. Particularly in our firm, we have a task list of I don't know how many points, and sometimes it's difficult to kind of like focus and say, okay, what can we achieve in the short term, in the medium term, and in the long term in diversity? So my question is, if you were to choose a starting point or one of the tasks where you would say, this is the one that we could focus on in the short term for the next year or so, in your experiences, because of you implementing this, and especially to the Latin American ladies here, what would you choose as a starting point, or as a one of the tasks where you would say, okay, this is the one that we should be implementing in the next year at least to be able to achieve greater diversity in our firms?
Okay.
Thank
Due
you.
to the limitation of time, I will ask one only to address the answer. Who would like?
I would say that have a women's issues committee in the firm, and hopefully involve all of the attorneys, from the junior lawyers to the more senior partners, and start discussing the issues that they need on a day-to-day basis. That's really what I would do. And from that committee, from that group, I'm sure you will get a lot of ideas for policies, and just supporting them is the most important thing.
So we have one more question here, and then I think we will open for the questions on Latin America.
Sandra González, Ferrer, Uruguay. I was wondering if you have had any experience working with universities on diversity issues, so that when you are going to hire people, groups that are underrepresented are better skilled to navigate the law firms and get to better positions.
Sorry to answer again. The only program we're doing with the university is right now with the women's group in all of the 25 law firms that belong to the Cámara de Servicios Legales in the Andes, which in fact is where they're looking at us. We are doing a project with Universidad de los Andes in which they are going to make focus groups of women in all of the 25 firms, and we are going to repeat a survey that we did in 2012 regarding women in the profession issues in the 25 law firms. We're going to repeat it to see the development, the progress in these 5 years, and then the university is going to publish a study regarding that survey so that we contribute academically to the issue.
We have a mentoring program with Universidad de San Andrés, which is meant to discuss soft skills, those skills you don't get to learn when you study law. And this is a 4-meeting program with different panelists and speakers in a format of like a work cafe. So you get to, the students, the law students get to discuss with, the experienced lawyers, just practical issues and soft skills. And that's the second year we've been doing it. Ceci, Patricia, colleagues from Ferrer, from Uruguay, everywhere, we're all invited, and it proved to be very interesting and very useful for law students.
Should we open the questions, or we don't have any time?
They don't have any questions, and I don't want to stand between you and the coffee break, so.
All right. That's the best question.
One last
Coffee
question,
break.
there's one last one.
My name is Rebecca Garcia. I come from White & Case, Mexico. And my question for you would be how to enforce in practice the policies in a law firm when in reality you are facing very hard deadlines with the clients, and not everyone in the teams, partners and senior associates, are really committed to this kind of movement. When certain associates are trying to invest in their career development via studies, or also flexible time when they are in a part of their development as women or studying, how to enforce in practice, because normally partners talk about these kinds of programs, but in reality it's very difficult to follow the schedules. And so how is the proper way to manage that in a very diplomatic way in front of the partners?
Totally the opposite, not being diplomatic.
Well, I think that a lot has to do really with, again, the flexibility and make this work right. So it's really about balancing well the flexibility, but it's still serving the client. So things come hand in hand. It doesn't mean that because people are not in the office, they cannot be doing work. As a matter of fact, a lot of women who have been interviewed, they gave exactly this response. It's not a matter that we don't want to be working 24 hours. We just want to go at a certain point home to see our kids, to put them in bed, and then we go and work again. So it is possible to do that. It's just a way of transparency. This is more on the flexibility and make sure that this works, as you mentioned, in a way that we can still continue to serve the clients and to do the work, which at the end, I'm sure that all the clients here in the panel, although they love and are passionate about diversity and inclusion, they expect also the firms to be available and to be really serving them in the proper way. So I think that this is about the flexibility. But the other side of your question also, it's about the accountability. I think that we heard some good examples here on how to make those partners accountable, especially the senior leadership. So a way of also having them committed with their own compensation, I think that this is a very good way of driving the changes. So they don't only develop the passion, even if it is really under pressure, but they feel also that their compensation will be based also on the progress that they make in terms of diversity and inclusion. So if the firms take diversity and inclusion within their strategies, just as clients are important, people are important, diversity really ties into both, so they have to be accountable for that as well. So I think that that's another way also of making partners feeling more the pressure and enforcing the policies. With that, I think that we have a coffee break, but I'm sure that...
Yes, hold on, because I need to make an announcement before you go. First, thank you so much to Claudia, Gabriel, Paula, Carolina, Gustavo, and Barack. I need to make an announcement to the local forums. Ahora vamos a tener un break en la transmisión y vamos a comenzar a las 4 en punto con nuestro keynote speaker. To the group here, we're going to go on the coffee break. Thanks to Amtrak, our keynote speaker arrived in time from Washington. So we will start at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Very nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Hi, sorry to meet you. I know, so far away. So do you normally have an attorney contact or a recruiting partner?
It depends. It's definitely not recruiting. We
Oh,
typically have...
for your data diversity. Okay, yeah. Because, so Rena Alvarez is our overall.
That's who it is.
Okay, and then I know Jen Chavone in the New York office.
Yes.
Have you...
I think they just got an associate involved in our Associate Leadership Institute.
Oh, okay.
I'm blanking on their... We have 130 firms, so I'm like...
Right.
But I think...
Yeah, and I'm out of the Chicago office, so we'll have to look at it. Yeah. No, but you definitely feel free, and I can connect up if you need to know.
I'll reach out to Rena and Jennifer and let them know that you and I sat together today and see. Because I know the involvement has kicked up over the last few years.
Good. All right, nice to meet you. Let's see.
Hello, everybody. If you could take your seats, we're going to have Ambassador Mary Carmen Aponte speak.
Welcome back, everyone. We are extremely honored and feel incredibly privileged that our keynote speaker this afternoon is the Honorable Mari Carmen Aponte. Her biography is in the program materials, so I won't reiterate that. But what I do want to tell you is that not only is she an incredibly accomplished woman and a world leader on diversity and inclusion efforts, but she continually serves as an inspiration and a role model for lawyers around the world for what she has been able to do. She is a living embodiment of the fact that with a law degree, doors can open, opportunities come, and if we are able to strive for them, there are great things that we can do, not only for ourselves, but for all the people in the profession. She's one of those people who humanizes the profession for the rest of us. Her accomplishments are such that it's no wonder that she has become one of the most beloved figures in the diversity community here in the United States and other countries as well. So we're very proud and privileged to have Mari Carmen Aponte, who was one of the few Latinas to ever get to serve as a U.S. ambassador. She is the former ambassador to El Salvador. And with that, I will turn it over to Ambassador Aponte.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you. Hi. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. I can't tell you how pleased I am to be here, not only because there are women here whom I have admired for a long time, Sandra, Adriana. Thank you, Jesus, you're in my life. But I also have, there's also some people from my life in El Salvador. Lily Arias, thank you for being here. And I have to tell you something about Arias and Arias in El Salvador. While I was there was never any time that I went to the law firm and asked them to undertake a project pro bono that they said no. It got to the point, though, that Armando Arias would see me and he would scurry down the hall. But I forgive him because he was always there. And thank you very much for being here. My tenure in El Salvador was very, very, very special. And after I came back, I served as acting assistant secretary for the Western Hemisphere for almost the last year before the previous administration went out of office. And it was an immense, immense privilege. It made me whom I am today. It made me, I always felt that I was a very sensitive person with a lot of insight. After those years of service in government, I knew what being sensitive and what being courageous meant. And so that's why I'm very grateful for the opportunity. And as I look around today, I see the standing of the United States at a very critical junction. Instead of thinking about foreign policy as policy that should be based on American values, it feels like national strategy is relegated to 140 characters, ranted out at midnight. and instantaneously transmitted via Twitter. It's almost as if the system that has been in place in the post-war era and which has maintained a stable world order is now, ironically, threatened by the country that was perhaps most responsible for its formation. With regard to this critical moment, and this is where all of us come in, two considerations are most difficult. It is headed in a new direction that is not yet clearly defined, and nothing like a coherent structure is being built to take its place. And to be fair, this is not only happening in the United States, but also in some Western countries where populist movements are promising self-reliant utopias and then blaming outside forces for not delivering on them. Two-dimensional policy making will not bring cohesive solutions to a complicated, interdependent world. Backtracking on Paris Accords will not be helpful, even as severe weather disasters are more and more frequent and increasingly devastating. Building barriers, physical and emotional, between close neighbors is not a way to solve problems affecting two countries. Nonetheless, notwithstanding all this, something very powerful is happening at the same time. Many Americans are resisting, they are speaking out, they are pushing back. And I have been looking at this phenomenon and making sure and following the Hispanic community here as an example. We sense as a community that in combination with being foreign-born immigrants, Hispanics, both legal and undocumented, are changing the flavor and look of American neighborhoods and cities. This recognition represents a good breakthrough in the midst of what some people have described as a breakdown of an established American-led global order for at least 3 generations. In particular, the American Hispanic community is at the center of a multiculturalism which is now American mainstream. It is positioned to break through positively and constructively. We know and we understand racism. We know and we understand rejection. But we also know and understand that responding negatively will only lead us into an endless cycle of getting even, but unfortunately, getting stuck. One way, then, to move forward constructively is to learn and apply lessons of goodwill and understanding. How do we promote respect for differences? How do we promote empathy and understanding? We must seek to identify not what divides us, but what unites us. We need to look inside of us for those values which come from family and which come from community. And indeed, these are the very lessons that have shaped my life, both personally and professionally. Although I grew up in a household where education was highly valued, I had a characteristic instilled in most Hispanic women of my generation, and I don't see many Hispanic women of my generation in this audience. I was compliant. Since my parents had the expectation that I would go to college, I attended college. But something happened after I finished college and worked in the inner city communities of Philadelphia and New Jersey. And I did this work with minority children. Early on, I learned that I sometimes had to stand up, not only for myself, but for some of the children as well. This is what led me to law school. At the time I commenced practicing law, there were not that many Hispanic women in the profession. As a matter of fact, I can think of 5 Puerto Rican women who, like me, were finishing law school. With one of them, I used to talk about who would be the Hispanic in the Supreme Court after we were dead. Well, she's there now. In fact, the first time I appeared in a courtroom in what I thought was a routine, non-contested matter, I became the issue as the senior judge grilled me about my background. Finally, he asked me where had I gone to law school. And when I replied, he said, Temple University was a fine institution until they allowed people like you in. Well, as he continued in the outburst, it became clear that it was my gender, not my ethnicity, that offended him. I was even relieved. But what was clear to me at that moment was that the 2 apparent strikes against me had to be turned into assets, and rather quickly. Otherwise, I was not going to be successful practicing law. So striving for excellence was the way I chose to accomplish this transformation. The pursuit of excellence had other unexpected results along my life's journey. After working in inner city communities for a number of years, I was accepted into the White House Fellows Program. This was an opportunity which provided transformative experiences. I was brought into the highest levels of government rather young to watch its working for 1 year. And boy, did it change me, because in my view, in my very narrow view, I believed that if you spoke Spanish, you were Puerto Rican. There was just nobody else. But I was introduced during that year to icons in my community, like Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, Graciela Olivares, and others. And through them, I came to understand the vastness and the diversity within our community. I became part of a movement. I was changed forever. I became part of a larger community and knew that I had a great responsibility to this broad and diverse movement. It was at this time that my sense of duty to community matured. I gained clarity. My life would require my focused attention and my total integration, both emotionally and intellectually. I realized that I had not only had the ability to change the world, but that it was my responsibility to do so. I learned to pick my fights. This was very tough, because when I learned about this responsibility, I thought I had to wage every fight that came my way. So despite my compliant nature, I learned to swim against the current, even when I was the lone voice advocating a point. It was no longer what everybody thought, but what I thought. I followed clearly defined convictions and found the courage to manifest them into reality. This White House Fellow year was, in hindsight, my year of losing interest in many, many superficial aspects of my life, and my year to understand whether I could be true to myself, regardless of expediency. It was a year to understand that I did not have to retreat and shrivel to safety of not taking chances, even if I had been bruised or disappointed. It was my year to learn that I had to remain open to life, no matter the experiences that were coming my way. I discovered, though, that when I changed, others changed. I had a choice. I did not have to abdicate the power of how I felt about myself because of what others were saying or doing, or even worse, how they felt about me. It was, along with all these changes, the year of opportunity to watch government at the highest levels. And I have to confess that I saw some who were very good, some who were very bad, and some who were bumblers. But in the process, I learned and I gained myself. I spent the next 20 years in the private practice of law, but never wavered in my full commitment to the Hispanic community. During that time, I was privileged to serve as president of the Hispanic National Bar Association and was elected to membership in the American Law Institute. Additionally, the American Bar Association became a home. For the treatment that they gave me and for the opportunities that they gave me, I will forever be grateful. At that, it became very clear to me that what was really important was not the content of my bank account, but how much I influenced people's lives. It was not until I was nominated to be ambassador to El Salvador, however, that I more fully understood the work of peace, cooperation, and bilateral relationships. In essence, I was out there by myself, not knowing people who were working for me, but having to make sure that they were on my side. I needed to learn, and that's where I learned to view incidents in my life as lessons. If I concentrated on some of the experiences that I had in El Salvador, I would have been dead or depressed. I really needed to learn to concentrate on the lessons. So when I was called in or summoned in diplomatic terms to be told about an action that the United States had taken, which was not appreciated by the then Salvadorian government, I learned that I needed to go in not to engage in a match of tit for tat, but to engage in suggestions that could move both countries along. If I had then concentrated on the experience or of being told that, as I was told once, whoever is going to listen to a U.S. ambassador who is not only a woman but a Hispanic would have been dead. It was my ability to soar. It was my ability to rise above it that gave me the tools to be effective. My time in the diplomatic world showed me that multiculturalism is a constructive way to navigate the world, and that diverging points of view are healthy in getting us to understand each other. I saw up close how generalizations and ignorance can affect our lives. But those interactions were not the reason to retaliate. Instead, They have become opportunities to raise above rejection and model behavior in seeking common ground, hard as that may be. During my time in diplomacy, I learned that one of the most significant and fascinating journeys in one's life is really the journey into yourself. Systematic reflection and examination, in other words, self-knowledge, aided me in making important decisions and in taking measured risks that for the most part, turned out well. In closing, I want to share with you the poem of one of my favorite poets, Rumi, who lived in 12th century present-day Afghanistan. One of his poems has become a compass in my life. He wrote once, quote, "Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I will meet you there. When the soul lies down in that grass, the world is too full to talk about. Ideas, language, and even the phrase each other does not make any sense. So when it comes time to finding common ground to solve problems, and I know all of you have a lot of expertise in doing that, and we do that even at the cost of grave disagreements, I'll meet you there. When it comes to not losing democratic values and the values that we have held on, learned from our communities and our families, and seeking them over our own self-interest, I'll meet you there. And when it comes to defending our values and our nations against the encroachment of intolerance and division in a battle that at some point we all must wage, I will be there. I thank you very much for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Mari Carmen. We are very tight in time, but I do not want to waste the opportunity of having Mari Carmen here, so we will allow just 2 questions. I apologize. I wish we could keep her here for hours, but unfortunately, we have an ambitious program, so just 2 questions. So the first 2 that are raised their hands get to speak.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Thank you so much for your remarks. They were extremely inspiring. My name is Carrie Cohen. I am co-chair of the Vance Center's Women in the Profession Committee. I recently left the government. I was a former federal prosecutor and now a partner at Morrison & Foerster. And I was wondering if you could share with us sort of how you transitioned from the government to what you're doing now and your thoughts about women who are real leaders and how you became such a leader.
Women in leadership positions is something very important and that I have appreciated and fought for many years. It really comes to self-knowledge, I think, and it really comes in making sure that everything that happens to us, we turn into wisdom and not take personally. And we all have had experiences where we've been hit hard. And notwithstanding that, you really have to find the way to look at the lesson and learn from it, because that's what's going to get you ahead. As to transitions, I officially retired January 20th from the federal government because both age and service. So I am now working for a foundation in Puerto Rico that makes sure that kids, talented kids, who want to go to college can get to college. We try to look for resources to make sure that they can have an empowered life, especially in Puerto Rico that's going through not very, shall we say, prosperous times. Notwithstanding that, it's the best resources are the children and the future. So it's a dream come true for me to be able to cooperate in that way. But who knows what else life will bring.
So Mari Carmen, thank you so very much. Mari Carmen arrived on a train a few, 45 minutes ago, and will leave on another train. So thank you very much for joining us. I think she deserves a big, big hand. So, you all got a sticker and a card showing you your breakout rooms. You need to get there as soon as you can, please. I urge you to go to your sessions, and we will reconvene here. This is the best opportunity to digest everything that we have heard and to be able to discuss at a smaller setting the various initiatives that have been discussed. So please go back, and we'll be back here at 5:25. Para los grupos locales, vamos a tener nuestras sesiones en grupo y comenzaremos la transmisión a las 5:30. Gracias.
And if anybody's in doubt, your room number is up on the screen as well. Most of the rooms are across the hallway. There's only one downstairs.
Can everybody please begin to sit down? We're going to start the recap session. I'd like to invite everybody to sit down so we can start the recap session. Ricardo, corran esto, yo creo. Esto está muy alto. Sí, aquí o allá, sí, donde quieras. ¿Quieres parado o sentada? Sí, parada. Entonces allá. Thank you. From what I've heard, I think the sessions were very lively discussions. So I want to thank you. I'd like to introduce, well, first I wanted to thank Gabrielle Brown, Monica Parks, Sandra Yamate, and Patricia. They worked very hard for the last 15 minutes to recap everything that happened in the 7 groups. So thank you to Gabrielle, Patricia, Sandra, and Monica. Patricia Lopez Ofranc is a partner in Argentina, Marval, O'Farrell, and Mayral. She will give us the recap, and after each group, she will give the opportunity to that group's leader to add anything that was missed. Thank you.
Okay, if I manage to give the right conclusions, this is a miracle, but we will try. All the groups made it very clear that the only way that these initiatives can be successful is that there is tone from the top, that the leadership of the firms are convinced that this is what they have to do and that they lead with example. So just count as if I was repeating this with respect to every group, because this is consistent in every group. Nobody wants anybody from ticking off that they have produced this to answer a questionnaire. So really, leadership, involvement in the initiative, and being convinced that this is what we have to do. With respect to career enhancement initiatives, what the group suggested is particularly taking into account that millennials are leaving the firms, to have an early approach to career enhancement initiatives and start before millennials leave, so that you can find the right motivation and address the issues. And also, they pointed out the importance of having goals and metrics. Metrics is also measuring advancement is something that every group pointed out. Group 1 is Carmen. Do you have anything else to say on the subject, Carmen? I think that most groups also pointed out that the solutions are, to a large extent, country-specific and firm-specific. There's no one-size-fits-all, so this is also important. It doesn't have to act as an excuse, but you have to consider the country you're in, the culture, the firm, the culture, and start from there, okay? Group 2 was diversity support. And here the group says that you really need either a diversity committee or staff dedicated to diversity as part of its role, and also an action plan. Again, pointing out that leadership should lead by example, and it should be part of the role. They highlighted that it's important to have policies, but mainly, if possible, written policies. And it's interesting, they said, at least this is culture specific, tradition is one of the challenges in many cases. We know that lawyers are very conservative, so it's not surprising that tradition is a challenge. Again, metrics matter, and this is important because nobody really wants bad numbers, so if it's measured and you're come up down in the ranking, it's not good. And sometimes what they said is that this diversity support, somehow we should achieve that it is embedded in the firm's DNA. Please, Carolina, do you have anything else to say? Yes?
Thank you. No, I think you've summarized it pretty well. I think one of the main aspects was the one that you mentioned about metrics. Whatever is not measured basically can remain in paper, and the idea is that you can implement and leave the diversity and inclusion policies that you may have in place.
Thank you. Okay, group 3 was on networking, and there we identified that there are different initiatives. There are initiatives that one personally can take where you can participate in networks or create your own networks, and there are firm-led initiatives for networking. For example, they brought the alternative or the initiative of bringing women at the firm with in-house lawyers together for wine and cheese or for any other events. And most of them have been very successful because it really creates good relationships with your clients. Another thing that was pointed out is that we all should consider networking as part of our job, and it may be, I don't know, at least 10, 15, or 20% of our time devoted to networking. And one of the men in our group pointed out, he's probably a client, he pointed out that clients love lawyers that have a very broad network. So this is really a good incentive to develop networks. Cecilia, anything else? Wow, okay, I'm doing well. I think I'm going to get a good grade today. Group 4 is inclusion and retention. And with respect to inclusion and retention, what was highlighted is that it is very important to have exit interviews, and many firms don't really do very good exit interviews. Then another thing that was pointed out was monitoring of work allocation, because the projects that you are allocated may help you getting visibility and will help in the advancement of your career. Someone raised the question whether it is unfair to focus on women and minorities with all these initiatives. What about people who don't fit into the minorities? What should we do with them? It was an issue that was raised. And also here it was pointed out with respect to inclusion that it is very country-specific and firm-specific. Please, Corina, do you want to add something? My God. Oh, I get another grade for this. Okay, another star. Yes.
What useful that we discussed that I forgot was one of the ladies in our networking group said that a tip she had got was that if you go into a room and you don't know anybody and you have to, like a cocktail reception or you have a networking event and you go in there and you know nobody, that she had been given a tip that if you find you have to go and talk to and introduce yourself in a group, try to look for groups that have uneven numbers, because that means that maybe there's somebody that is not talking to another person. So it's better to go to a group of 3 or a group of 5, or, well, you know what uneven numbers are. But I thought it could be quite useful, so.
Thanks, Cecilia. So group 5 is sensitivity training. And what the group said is that they wanted to rename sensitivity training as awareness training, and everybody should go through this training. This is very important for this group. This was the only bottom line of this group. And Ellen, do you have anything to add?
Sure. One of the reasons that we thought awareness training was better than sensitivity training is because this is really about people's blind spots, and it assumes more positive intent, and it becomes less of a weaker group trying to get a stronger group to see things their way. And then the other key for us is even the person who's most reluctant to agree with this or may have a really strong blind spot around it, it's just really good for business. It's good for the shareholders like it, law firm clients like it, and so for no other reason, use that metric if that helps get people over the edge.
Okay, thank you. Group 6 is flexible work programs, and Group 6 says that most flexible programs that are in place are aimed at mothers, and very few Latin American firms have these programs. They said these programs should not be gender specific, but we should not disregard the challenges that mothers face when they return to work. So although it's not necessarily gender specific, mothers should be somehow considered differently. And I saw a recent mother there that could give additional information. Do you have additional, Sylvia, comments that you would like to make?
Yeah, good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. She delegated to me before she left.
Okay.
Some of the other things that we talked about at our table was how measurement and being able to make an argument on productivity and profitability would be very important for any kind of flexibility program or reduced hours. And so we talked about making sure that you measure the correct thing. Another thing that we talked about was the example that can be set by people on flexibility programs who maybe are working a lot themselves. So someone in the audience in our group gave an example of how much she worked when she was working from home and how some of the other women felt like she had set the bar too high for the rest of them. So even talking about how people on flexibility schedules manage their flexibility can have an impact on the culture. And then we had an extended conversation about including men and how you get men to also participate in order to make sure that you're shifting the culture so that even though you have the policy is actually useful because the culture has shifted with it. Did I miss anything? No. I think that was it. I'm eyeballing somebody there.
Okay. Okay, group 7 was accountability and action, and we had, well, first, basically, the one person mentioned that we should not talk about targets or quotas, but goals, and then the issue was to make partners, the partners should make themselves accountable for meeting these goals, and as we said earlier, that meeting these goals should be somehow tied up to remuneration. If you don't meet your goal, you will suffer a hit in your remuneration. Trish, anything else on this subject? Because the conclusion here were very brief. Trish? Yeah. Okay, somebody impersonating Trish.
No, I think that pretty accurately characterized it. Although we didn't articulate it this way in our session, I think that we thought two different approaches would be helpful. From the client perspective, we did think that making goals really clear and having there be a clear consequence in either loss of business or reduction of fees would be good, but that within the law firm should focus more on positive efforts and less on sort of punishing people for not participating in order to create more ambassadors or allies for the program. And then also, very good suggestion, which we came up with a lot of, I think, very good ideas and initiatives. And part of the consensus was, like, just pick a few and do them. And don't worry too much about sort of solving all the problems, having a big program. Just at least start and do something. And if it doesn't work, change. Try another one.
Thank you. Okay, the last group is not a group, but you gave me the floor and I'm going to take it, which is we have been discussing during the whole day what the firm can do for us. And we haven't even touched on the on the subject of what can we do for ourselves. And I have been working the last couple of years on internal barriers that women have. And it's not our fault, it's due to culture. The literature refers to the confidence gap, to the fact that women don't ask, that we don't toot our horn. There are many, many things that we could do, that we are bad at taking feedback, that a number of things that are internal barriers because of culture, and I would really suggest that we all look into those issues and try to work on those issues because that is under our control. And it's much easier, you will realize that if you change the way you behave, you will change, the world around you will change. And I always come up with this story of my parents, my mother, my father went to the refrigerator, took ice from the refrigerator, and never filled in the case. And my mother complained, filled it in, and put it back in the refrigerator. And I once said, why don't you leave it on the kitchen table? She says, there will be no ice. Okay, there will be no ice, then who's going to complain? Daddy. Okay, she did it once, and my father says there's no ice. Well, there's no ice because you didn't do this. If we change the way we act, we will see a lot of changes in the world around it. So I will encourage you to investigate and to do this self-knowledge that our key speaker was suggesting on what can I do different to enhance the possibilities of success. We are very bad at strategy. We are very bad at understanding office politics. We are very bad at learning the power matrix. So we think that if we work hard like hamsters, someone will recognize what we do. And we really get what we negotiate for. We get a number of other things. So these are my last words, and thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Patricia. And thank you to all of you for a lot of really thoughtful and insightful comments and your shared experiences and wisdom. We appreciate it. What we've seen over the course of the afternoon is that there are a lot of really exciting ideas, lots of energy around this topic, and we thought that it would be really nice to get a chance to celebrate some of the firms that are actually doing some really innovative things, and they're helping us to move the needle. So while this concludes the formal part of the conference, I'd like to ask Barak Eccles from Kirkland & Ellis to come up because we want to continue a lot of this discussion, and thanks to Barak and Kirkland & Ellis, we're going to be able to have a networking reception following this. Barak is a partner in the Chicago office of Kirkland & Ellis, and you heard him earlier on the second panel. But aside from the fact that he's a brilliant lawyer with a strong practice in antitrust, what you don't know is that while lots of firms have lots of brilliant lawyers, what makes Barak kind of special is his commitment and dedication to diversity efforts and the role he plays in pro bono work. He's a former recipient of his firm's pro bono award for that work. He's actively engaged in mentoring and nurturing younger people. And so it's a real delight to introduce you to Barak Eccles, who's going to say a few words now.
Thank you very much, Sandra. On behalf of Kirkland & Ellis, I want to state that we are so pleased and honored to have been asked to participate in this conference, and we'd like to welcome you on behalf of the IILP and the Vance Center, and thank you for participating today and coming to this award ceremony and reception. Also would like to extend a special thanks and welcome again to the local forums across Latin America and 13 different countries who participated today via web stream. I can use my rusty Spanish. De nuevo, bienvenidos a los abogados de 13 países por América Latina que participaron y le agradecemos por acompañarnos en nuestra conferencia. I hope everybody found this to be a worthwhile effort and that it sparked some. Sorry, it's rusty. And that it sounds like it sparked some serious thought and great discussion, which is what is so important for us. What's interesting, I think, when we get these groups together is that as a profession, of lawyers, a noble profession where we stand up and represent the interests of others, that it takes us aback a little bit when we stop and realize that, gosh, as a whole, we've been a little bit behind, maybe even more than a little bit behind when it comes to gender diversity and inclusion. And it's groups like IILP and conferences like this, networking sessions like this, that help to require us to stop and take notice and to think about what are we doing right and what are we doing not so right and how can we do better. One of the things that I think is so important that probably all of you took away from the session today is just who better to be leaders in this type of effort than those corporate clients, those companies that are committing themselves to diversity and inclusion internally, and who are willing to take that next step and say, you know, we're going to put our money where our mouth is, and if you, outside law firm, want to work for us, you want to be our law firm service provider, then we want you to take diversity and inclusion seriously as well, and we're going to hold you accountable for it. And I just want to say thanks again to the companies, the corporations who have supported this effort and have stepped forward and participated today, including Philip Morris, GE, Walmart, Mondelez, and Honeywell. It's just so important that we have you to help steer the ship that we are, in some respects, passengers on. So I'll give a round of applause to them. I'm going to hand the podium over. We have a couple of these corporations who want to recognize and honor some of their law firm providers for the excellent work they've done over the past year or so with respect to their diversity initiatives. And so first, I'd like to invite to the stage from Walmart, Carmen Roman.
I would like to present Jennifer Maybras from Walmart Stores, who will be presenting this award.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, everyone. This has been a really great day for me. I was sharing with, I forget who I was talking to about just how much I've learned today, and we at Walmart Legal are pretty steeped in diversity and inclusion, and this has just been a really great day. I'll take a lot of thoughts and ideas back to the legal team. So thank you for hosting this, New York Bar Association. I want to start by telling you a little bit about Walmart's diversity and inclusion. As a retailer, Walmart clearly understands the business case for diversity and inclusion. We sell goods all over the world in many different cultures, and we understand that the more perspectives that we have at the table, the more we are able to understand our customers and our prospective customers' point of view and how we can meet them and how we can serve their needs. So you don't have to sell Walmart on diversity and inclusion. We just have to figure out how to do it. Diversity and inclusion also aligns with the greater Walmart culture. We strive for excellence, which is something our keynote speaker talked about today. We want to be the best at everything that we do, and we think that D&I makes us better. We strive to serve our customer, kind of as I've mentioned, and we believe in respect for the individual. We have a very strong belief around respect for the individual at Walmart, and we think that it gives us a competitive advantage, not only with our customers, but with our associates. And then finally, we strive to have great integrity at Walmart, and we believe that diversity and inclusion is part of that goal as well. Walmart Legal's department really leaned into diversity and inclusion, mostly starting with diversity, about 10 years ago under the leadership of Tom Mars. And at that time, we hired a section head whose primary job was to manage our outside counsel and to drive diversity goals with the outside counsel. So we've known for a long time at Walmart that when we put our money where our mouth is, we can change industries. And so that's what we set out to do 10 years ago. Our diversity and inclusion program focuses on 4 key areas. We look at our own in-house counsel, our own department, and we have a good track record there in the U.S. We look at outside counsel. We look at outside counsel spend. We look at the diversity, ethnicity, gender and we have started looking at LGTB with our outside counsel, so the people who are billing us. We look at the hours and what are the demographics of the timekeepers. And then finally, we have strategic partnerships with organizations such as this and with schools so that we can focus on our pipeline. We have a diversity and an inclusion leadership council. I'm a member of that council. Carmen's a member of that council. And we're pretty active. And I work on the committee that I lead is very focused on our professional staff, not just our lawyers. It's about creating an environment for everybody to feel like they have a voice and a seat at the table. We believe that our scale allows us to be a leader and to make a difference in the legal industry, and that's been our experience to date. Beginning in 2005, we increased the number of, this is going to sound very low to you, the number of women and diverse attorneys who served as our relationship partners. And at that time, we had 40 relationship partners who were women and minorities. And at that time, whenever we made that change, we shifted about $60 million in legal spend, one-time shift. And we've grown since then. Today we have 200 female and diverse relationship partners with our outside counsel, and about $90 million in legal spend is controlled by those diverse and female relationship partners. We support our international counsel in their efforts to adopt these values and standards. We do not push this down to the markets because we believe that the markets understand how and what to drive in this space in their markets. Carmen's a leader, and Carmen has fought the good fight, I will say. She's in a market where there's a lot of change that can be had, and Carmen is leading in that area, and actually the program has been recognized for the leadership outside of Walmart, and we're very proud of what she's doing, and we're really proud that Walmart can be a part of that effort. Today we want to recognize a law firm that Carmen works with, the Farada Nime law firm, sorry y'all. And how many of y'all have heard another Southern accent today? Because I haven't. We want to recognize Farada Nime as they're very, very well known and highly respected in Chile. And they specialize in regulatory, corporate, and antitrust matters and do work for Walmart. One of the senior partners, Nicole Neme, has been chosen as the best Chilean female attorney for several years now, and we're proud to have our name associated with this firm. Farada defines diversity as acceptance and respect, followed by the understanding that each person is unique. I love that. It's so simple. It's easy to understand. You got to respect people, and you got to accept people, and you got to understand that everybody's different. That's really good. They strive to recognize, and this is on their website, they strive to recognize individual differences in the dimensions of ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, age, physical and psychological abilities, religious beliefs, political beliefs, or other ideologies. So they mean business. They're leaning into it, and we're really proud to work with them. Farada finds that they're able to attract and retain the best legal talent in Chile by ensuring they provide opportunities for all of their lawyers. And at our breakout session, we talked about the fact that, you know, this is good work that we're doing. It's the right thing to do, but we're not doing it because we're good people. We're doing this because there's a business imperative to do it. It makes us better. It makes the law firms better. It makes your clients better. You get better performance. And it's about often attracting the right talent. And it's about retaining the right talent once you get them to the table. You know, we had a little conversation about millennials as well, both in the larger session and in our breakout session. If you think that millennials are going to stick around 5 years from now in jobs where they think that they're not understood or there's no interest in understanding them, I don't think they will. Our experience at Walmart is they don't have to. We are going to be competing at Walmart for the best talent, and the competition's just going to get harder and harder. So the better environment we can create through diversity and inclusion efforts, the better company we'll be. I'll give you some more. I want to make sure that. Also, Farada creates transparency by making their diversity and inclusion policies available for everybody to see. And Carmen, I think that you said that it's on their website. That's really powerful. It lets people know what you stand for, and it sets a model. And I think we share, at Walmart US, we share our outside counsel guidelines with just about anybody that asks, whether it's a law firm or whether it's one of the markets. If they want to see our guidelines, we'll share them. And, you know, we think that if we can help be better and if we can get feedback on, have you thought about this? We want that. But I think that transparency is really helps move the needle with other groups. A couple of facts on Verada is they're the first and only law firm in Chile, and to our knowledge in Latin America, with gender equality among the partners, so there's 50-50, men and women. First law firm in Chile that proclaims itself LGBT friendly. Upon the firm's creation, the salary gap between men and women was addressed as a principle. It was just something they wanted to do right up front. They embrace people with special disabilities and specifically welcome them at this firm. They're the first law firm in Chile that subscribes to the gender parity initiative of the IDB and World Economic Forum. So again, they mean it, they lean in, and we could all learn something from them probably. Walmart is happy to take this opportunity to recognize Verada Nime for the important work they're doing to drive the D&I value in the legal profession in Chile. Please join us in appreciating their work.
Many thanks, Jennifer. Verada Nime couldn't be here today, but we recognize them with a big applause. Thank you.
And next we have from Philip Morris International 3 awards to present. I'd invite back to the stage Luisa Menezes and we changed people. It's Judy Hargrave and Tim.
Thank you for the introductions. So as I briefly touched upon during the panel earlier, we have a program with our law firms. We started it in 2014. We have been working with our firms to help them to make progress on this very important topic. And so we are taking the opportunity to recognize the 3 firms that have made the most visible progress. So I would, here's my colleague Till Olbrich, who took over from me in Latin America. Therefore, I appreciate you to be here so that you can carry on the program going forward to the best of your ability.
I have to say, I feel a little bit like a fraud on this stage because I did take over from Luisa last August, but in terms of this event and the program, you've been, the source of all the inspiration. And then it was thanks to all the Herculean efforts that Judy put in, that I could just show up today.
Well, no, but we're very pleased that you're here.
Learned a lot and will carry on.
Very good. Thank you for that. Also, I don't know if, are the people still on from the different countries? They are. So I would like really to, leave a word here for all the wonderful colleagues that we have in all the affiliates of Philip Morris across Latin America and Canada. Without them, none of what we do would be possible. They have really been the voice and the low hands of Philip Morris in all the different countries, working with all the firms. One person can't do it all at all. And, I keep hearing that, I kind of pull it together, but it really was the team. It was a very, very big effort, a very, big team effort, and I really appreciate, and they really are the ones who work with all our, colleagues in the law firms on the day-to-day. So I really would like to leave a word to appreciate all the efforts they do. And so now we come to the award time. So I would like to call Patricia and Maria Inés, Cecilia from Arval, O'Farrell, and Mayral to come over to the stage, since that was the firm that, within the construction of our program, made the most improvement in the last years with the program. they have really embraced innovative initiatives in regards to diversity and inclusion. So I would like them to come over while I kind of explain a little bit about the practices.
Make sure, like at the Oscars, we have the right name. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, cuidado, cuidado. Yes, yes.
Great. Oh, should we step somewhere, or we are
I don't know.
behind?
The photographer's there. She wants us to move forward.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Funny.
Oh,
You can make the podium go down, actually. If you push the button there.
Oh, wow.
Technology.
Chan chan.
You tell us when it's sufficient.
The sign.
The sign.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So while you're going down, I would just like to highlight one or two things for which, they were recognized here today. So Marval appointed a board of ad hoc partners, and they've put together a committee helped by outside consultants to deeply analyze the situation of female lawyers in the firm, and from there they put together an action plan to address the main aspects that came out of that survey. And that followed with putting together a permanent diversity committee in the firm, which continues to look after the diversity and inclusion matters in the firm, and they, measure their progress against their action plan. So that was something that they've taken upon themselves and that they've done very well. They also have an annual mentoring program for lawyers, for people that join the firm, and also for female lawyers, which has proven to be very helpful to foster the topic and also to look after the careers of these female lawyers. So thank you very much for that. So our second award goes to Guyer and Regules. So if I have, is Corina still here? Yes.
Heavy.
It is heavy. I hope you have a good suitcase.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow.
It's heavy.
It is heavy.
We can help you.
got-
I can
yes,
help you.
yes.
Thank you.
very much. We feel
Thank
very
you
proud.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So send my regards to all your colleagues in Uruguay. So Guyer has really been a voice of diversity and inclusion in Uruguay. They've paired up with other firms. They've also worked with the Vance group. They've pulled conferences to discuss the topic. They have been very focused on, through their pro bono work, very focused on diversity and inclusion matters. They also have started a cycle of events that they call Guyer Entre Mujeres, where they invite females from different companies, local firms, international firms, and law firms to come all together and discuss topics and events, such as this one that we're having here today. So they've been really, working a lot and fostering a discussion in Uruguay about the topic, and then, they walk the talk inside their own firm as well. So thank you very much for that. So the last and third, but not the least, we have still one more prize to give to another firm of ours, and this time it is Arias from Central America. So, I would like to call, who's here from Arias? Lilian, Carolina, and Roberta. I don't know if she's here. Yes. Shaska. Is Jorge didn't come, did he? No, okay. So I was, okay. So we have a female representation from Arias.
Lots of women.
Yes, yes. That's part of the reason why you're getting the prize. Thank you.
So who wants to hold the heavy? Roberta?
You're in the middle of...
No, that's okay.
Please, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much. So, Harriers, the way how they came all here, only females, that's part of the reason why you get the prize. They have 44% of their partners are female in the law firm. And they don't rest upon that. They really work hard in regards to their recruitment policy, their retention policies. They've been having flex arrangements for many, many years now. They really do make sure that, people are included in the firm, that they can take, the time they need to be with their families, to attend to their, personal interests. And they've been an example, really, across the whole Central America. The people here come from El Salvador, but, they are across Central America and Panama, yes. Okay. So they are well represented here. Thank you very much for that. Also, they've been promoting roundtables in the firm to discuss matters of interest in regards to diversity and inclusion, and that has really proven to be, very efficient, as we can see in the numbers of the firm. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, in closing, just want to offer once again congratulations to all the law firms that have been recognized here today for providing such a good example and giving us thoughts on how we can take strides forward to make progress on diversity and inclusion. So congratulations. A couple of special thanks to Sandra Yamate from IILP and to Adriana Ospina from the Vance Center. They just put so much time and effort into putting this all together, and without their assistance, this never, ever would have come to be what it was. So thank you both so much. At this time, we'll close the ceremony. Want to thank you all for coming and participating and invite you to stick around for a bit, continue to network, meet one another, have some refreshments, and enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.